I think we might be live. What's up, everyone? Welcome back to the Fish Tank. I'm, of course, Fish, and you are awesome. Today is not a regular stream day, it's a tournament stream day. So we're just getting set up for that. It looks like I'm going to be flying solo on this one, so we'll make that work. I'm sure we can. So this is going to be Team Mana Frenzy and BetaDwarf's Knights Duel number 24, I think it is. So that's 2 years of these monthly tournaments. A great big shout out to all the supporters of the event. And of course, you guys at home, appreciate you being here. So this is going to be a Minion Masters tournament. It's going to be 1v1. We are going to have, I'm not sure how many rounds yet. We'll confirm that once we've got the number of players that have signed up and checked in and available. We're going to have a number of Swiss rounds. That's where the players will play against each other. And they'll be earning points. And then we'll have, I think, probably a top 4 short shootout. But we'll confirm that. So we're going to be best of 3 in the early stages. And then when we switch to the elimination, it's going to be best of 5. And then we'll have the additional restriction with the conquest rules where if you've won with a master, you can no longer play that master. Now, we've seen in the past where players will just have a deck they like. They'll just switch masters, play the same deck, or play completely different decks. We'll see how that pans out for today. Now, a couple of bits of admin to mention. As always, season cards are going to be banned. So this season, no Jezra the Void Mother and no Morgrul's Mark. Not really sure we would have seen either of those. Morgrul's Mark did get a bit of a hotfix, so the swarmers spawn a lot faster than they did originally. So it is actually a lot better than it was when it launched. But whether we would see those or not, it's irrelevant currently because they are banned. But of course, with the new season cards being banned, that means the previous season cards from last season are no longer banned. So that means Rendrath the Deathless and Ghast are available. I would be very surprised if we see either of these today. Ghast is pretty underwhelming overall in all game modes. Rendrath seems to definitely do a lot better in 2v2, where there's a lot more things for it to hit. Remember, Rendrath is the guy that marks the unit, and then when it dies, it resurrects on Rendrath's team. So yeah, in 2v2, you tend to find a lot more targets and a lot bigger targets. 1v1 tends to have a lot of smaller targets. So those cards are unbanned, but we're unlikely to see them, I would have thought. And now one big ban, which this is a bug-enforced ban, is the walk-in blind date. Now this is a bug with Laylale and Mana Freeze. Now hopefully they'll be fixed in a hotfix next week, but for now, the walk-in blind date is banned. And that's a really interesting one, because this is a very, very meta card. Just the fact it can take that bridge back. Remember, we've had the bridge changes that we were trialing for a couple of months, locked in, so no collision bridge grab, no placing units directly on bridges. So that means that cards that can interact and grab bridges like the Walk-in Blind Date are really, really important and really, really strong in the meta. So it's going to be interesting to see how people adapt to not having that tool in their tool kit. So we'll see if they replace it with something that does a similar job. So remember, we've got cards like the Wrecked Walker, we've got cards like the Stint that have inherent bridge grab abilities that could be potentially used. And if you checked out my meta video from last season, you would have seen the Stint was very, very highly played on the leaderboards. And of course, this season we'll check out, maybe in a week or so, we'll do another meta video to see how things have changed, because we've had a lot of balance changes, especially a big change to Milloween. That's going to be a big thing for us to look out and to see today, how, if at all, Milloween will feature, because of course they really changed the way that the Golem works. Golem's got shorter range, can no longer hit air, not mythic. Also gets boosted by the charges that you gain whilst you use spells, and then the Golem consumes it. Again, check my YouTube. We've got a video on there explaining it all. But Milloween has changed a lot. There is a big divide as to whether she's okay, whether she's strong, whether she's weak. So this will be a good test to see if people feel like she's going to be good in the tournament, and if people are brave enough maybe to try out a completely new master in the tournament. Right. Just getting set up here. So we'll try to get the the first match underway as quickly as we can. As always, the first match is always a bit interesting. The first round overall, especially when we have new players. It's really good to see new players in the event, but part of the learning process is figuring out where to be, what to do, and sometimes that could be a little bit slow starting off. But we'll figure it out. Right, so I'm just quickly ticking all the boxes that I need to behind the scenes here, just to make sure everything's ready. And then we'll have a look. We should have, by now, we should have the players that are here checked in, because of course we have people that people will sign up for the event, but not everyone will turn up and check in. So that's part of this process. Always a fun time. Why can I not tag everyone in my Discord? It tags someone called Eva. Who are you? You're breaking my tagging. I can't tag. It just tags Eva. Okay. Not sure who this person is, but I think the easiest way to solve this is to just kick them out of the Discord. Sorry. Let's try again. Okay, I think that's someone with just like an annoying name just to mess up people's pings. But we kick them and we fix the issue. Right, let's just delete these things here. Right, thanks for joining us. We'll have giveaways running, of course. There should be a message in the chat every now and then telling you how to get in. We've got a pinned comment that's got the brackets in, so you can follow along at home. So everything should be good. One last thing here. Right, okay. We are, of course, on a 3-minute, 180-second delay, just to keep things as fair and sniper-free as possible. A reminder with regards to banning. Now, we've spoke about what is banned for this event, Jezra, Morgrel's Mark, and Walking Blind Date. But, of course, the players also have their own ban powers for each match. And we'll be using this screen to show it. So each player can ban a master and 2 cards. And those are a master and 2 cards that their opponent cannot play. And, of course, their opponent has that ability back at them. So we'll try to keep this up to date, and we'll show you the bans as we go. Always interesting to see what we have banned. Shield Captain Avea tends to get banned pretty heavily. And I don't really think her strength has changed too much. They did, of course, remove her ability to shield air units, but it didn't change too much from what I've seen. APEP, of course, very, very strong, that we saw in the meta video, very, very strong. So potentially APEP could be banned, but we'll see. We're not in the old days where APEP was a guaranteed ban. There's a lot of strong masters and strats. Right, so what do we need to do? So we're going to get set up, and we're going to see set against Sentera as our first round. Now, if we just have a very quick look at the brackets are linked in your pinned comment, so you should be able to see exactly what's going on from home if you want to follow along. But just to call out some players, we've got Set, of course, previous champion. Memfisto has won the last 2 events. Silco's been doing very well recently. Westlin is an older player coming back. Ficus, we see him a lot doing well in these events. Renzo did well in the previous event. So we've got some big names here. And of course, we've got some new players. Always good to see the newer players. And always good to see the experienced players. So it should be a good time. Will we see a top 4 based on what we expect? Or is someone going to break into it? Remember, Renzo, surprisingly, with no disrespect to him, broke into that before. He did a great job, I think, in the last event. And let's see how he can do in this one. So let's get set up for our first game, and then we'll get our bans up. Always interesting to see what the bans are. Remember, in these early stages, a lot of the players, the more experienced players will try to keep Keep their cards potentially close to their chest. They don't want to show their strongest decks early as possible. Sometimes we see these experienced players will just try to get through the early stages of a tournament using as few decks as possible. Even just one, if they can do. And then going forward, maybe they will show some new stuff. Now, of course, a lot of these players will have played each other on ladder this season. So they will have a good idea of what people have been potentially favouring. So, of course, if you're playing someone that you're familiar with, you do have this extra amount of information to decide what do you want to ban. Are you banning meta stuff? Are you banning stuff that that player is particularly strong with this season, for example? But let's find out. So, we've got the bans in, so let's get those up. So, it's going to be Set against Sentera. So, these are both very experienced tournament players. Set, of course, has won the event numerous times. Okay, so we've got... Let me just get my screen up here so we can set these in. Okay, so looks like Set is banning Morelia as a master. Shield Captain Avea, as I said. And also the Caged Prowler. Remember, the Caged Prowler was changed in the latest patch, but still seems very strong. And in some situations, if you're talking about how long you can bank the mana for before you push, potentially stronger than before. Maybe. Okay, and then Sentera, for his bans, has banned Wrecked. Very strong solo master, but then a lot of the masters are very strong in solos. Bats. That's an interesting ban. That's like a very, very sort of non-meta specific ban. Does he know something that we don't? And Azog. Okay. So, I mean, Set's bans seem kind of meta. Morelia, not necessarily the most meta master, but Sentera's bans. Wrecked is a very strong master in solos, but Bats and Azog, obviously scared about some specific strat there. Right. So, obviously the players have in mind what they're playing, and they want to ban things that are going to be good against what they're playing. So sometimes we can get an idea. The Bats one is strange. Okay. But maybe it'll all make sense once we unravel it here. Okay, so Sentera and Set are set up. Thanks for everyone joining us. Just a reminder, we are on a 3-minute delay, so things will be a little more delayed with regards to interacting with chat than normal. But of course, there's a good reason for that. Right, looks like we are almost ready to go for our first game of the day. Remember, these tournaments are available to everyone. So, when the next one comes around, you are going to take part. I don't know who I'm pointing at, but you know who I'm pointing at. These are a great way to learn from the top players, from the experienced players. We can all learn from these, especially in this sort of part of the meta where things are quite up in the air with the bridges. People still getting used to that. The Milloween change, are we going to see that? Who knows, but we're going to find out together. Fault says, I'm not that confident in my abilities. Fault, you're one of the best players in the game. Put your money where your mouth is. I mean, tournament play's not for everyone. Some people like it, some people don't. And that's fine. But it is a really good way to learn and be part of the community. Make some friends, steal some decks. Maybe win some stuff. There are guaranteed prizes for everyone involved. And of course, if you get to the business end, there's some hot, hard, dirty cash. It might just be digital. I don't know. I don't know if dirty cash is available on request. You'll have to speak to Sinobii about that. Okay, so let's get a confirmation on the number of Swiss events, Swiss rounds. But we're going into our first game of the day. It's going to be Set, previous champion. Struggled a little bit, if we're honest, in the previous events since his last victory, but can he turn things around here? We're going to find out. So let me just set up my screen properly here, and I can tell you what's going on. Right, so we got Apep for Set, of course, very strong master, and Stormbringer for Sentera. Now, Set, this looks like the Set deck. You guys know, if you followed the events, you know the Set deck. We see this a lot, and what we might see is he may play this deck that he knows and plays a lot until he has to switch to something new, because, you know, he's forcing the opponents to counter him, and then he can switch it. Burning a bit of mana here because he does want to try to defend deeply. Remember, you really want to defend within master range. That's the thing a lot of new players don't do. You get a huge defender's advantage by defending within your master's range, even more so in 2v2. Apep, of course, did get that attack speed nerf in the latest patch. But that's not really where his real strengths lie. So it's a Stormbringer, it's an Outlander deck. Let's see how he's going to deal with this. This is a lot of melee, strong melee. Zealots, very strong. Zealots, I think, are very strong both in terms of the meta, and they're also very strong. Strong might not be the right word, but they're very popular when it comes to banning stuff in the tournaments. Hiki says, yeah, that's an interesting one. Rekt is, despite Rekt being a very strong master, Set is not a Rekt fan, which is a little awkward since he does have the Rekt skin with his name on it in the game. But Hero in the Box says, why is Walking Blind date banned? There is unfortunately a bug with it at the moment. A bit of a game-breaking bug where if you get a high mage Leilel from it, you'll get about 8,000 mana freeze and not be able to do anything. So, unfortunately, we've had to ban it, but I don't see any other option. There was a hotfix that was supposed to fix it, but unfortunately it didn't. Set's really in command of this game here. Look at the XP. We're talking 87 to 57. He's 30 XP ahead already. So Set in control in this matchup. Done a lot of phase damage and controlled the bridges pretty well. Or very well, we should say. Yeah, now I think about it. Who mentioned it? Kiki, yeah, Kiki. It does seem a wasted ban against Set, but maybe Sentera's not that familiar with Set and the masters that he likes or doesn't like. So Sentera's playing Mana Puff Madness, but of course that's a card that you really need to use when you've got some control on the board, when you're in the ascendancy, and he doesn't have that at all at the moment. Adrian says, I like tournaments because they remind me how bad I am. I mean, we'll try not to kink shame that, but whatever floats your boat. It shouldn't remind you how bad you are, it should remind you how many opportunities you have to improve. How much better you could be. Let's put a positive spin on this. Okay, so we've got 5 Swiss rounds today, and then we're going to cut to a top 4. You cannot join the event right now, no. The event has started. Make sure you keep an eye on the Discords and stuff for all the notifications about the tournaments, so you don't miss any. Blood Imps are out, very low HP. Okay, so that first game for Set was fairly straightforward. A lot of tough melee units that Sentera just wasn't able to deal with. Again, the Rekt ban feels like if he'd banned just Apep, would have probably done him better. Rekt is a good master, but Set, as Kiki said, Set is not a Rekt fan, and because he's not a Rekt fan, he probably doesn't play Rekt too much, so he's probably not the best Rekt player. So sometimes you've got to, against these top players, you've got to force them out of their comfort zone a little bit. I mean, he'll probably be pretty decent with it, but not at the top level. Okay, so we're best of 3 at this point in the tournament. So Sets Apep taking the first game against Sentera's Stormbringer. So you've got to think, right? So Sentera banned the Bats and the Azog. Was that directly against something maybe he's played against Set on the ladder, and Set's had those cards and he struggled with them? It's always interesting to look at and try to think about the rationale behind these bans. Right, so again, we're going to see Apep. Looks like the same Set Pep, but we've got a slightly different deck coming out from Sentera here. We see Vuck. Vuck's Clutch Cooker, of course, got kind of, I guess, buffed. It got buffed in the latest patch. So it stuns the units that it grabs now, which is nice. And it also immediately switches to the Flamethrower. So before there was kind of an awkward delay. So he's better. He's in a better spot. Look at him. He's doing a great job here. Lovely Shock Rock. Unfortunately, that second one, I'm not really sure what happened with the aggro there. Both Zealots were getting DPS down, but then something changed. And the second one stopped taking damage. Maybe things just moved around a little bit. And then the positioning really is important, especially against things like Vuck, because he does attack in that kind of cone in front of him. So there are definitely things that can squeeze past that. But Set again, getting into a nice XP lead. Let me update the score. Pretend I'm doing my job properly. There we go. So 1-0 to Set. Best of 3 at the moment. So Vuck's definitely in a much better place than he was before. Not sure if he's going to be particularly meta, but we're definitely seeing more of him. Definitely more playable. He's going to take a lot of damage here. And the beam just shuts him down. And again, I don't want to keep harking back to my meta video that I made on YouTube about the meta last season. But I think it was a really well-received video. And it was really interesting to see the cards that were played constantly. And the Beam of Doom was a very, very heavily played spell, even in solos. We see a lot of these cheap solo decks with the Beam of Doom as their kind of get-out-of-jail-free card when things get a little bit scary. Not sure why he's pinging that. Ching! Oh yeah, we got those. I'll do those at the end of the stream, Cottazor. We can do the points on the winner if we have... If a mod's here to do it, that'll be good. I've got kind of too many things to do when I'm doing it on my own here. We'll try to get it set up for the next game. We normally do it at least for the final. So Set again just dominating this matchup. Apep just in a really strong point. And of course, it's going to get even stronger. He's going to get his perk 3. He's going to get his free 4-mana card. Every, like, 33 seconds or something. 33. Yeah. So, I mean, Vuck's diligently defending, but ultimately not really able to get the value that he wants. So Robbie says in the chat, is Shield Captain ever get nerfed? I mean, we was having a good discussion in Discord about that the other day. I feel like she does. Like, she just gets so much value. She's so easy to activate, and she gets so much value. There's got to be a change there somewhere. I feel like she goes under the radar a little bit because... I don't know, people tend to not play her in ladder so much for some reason. And then in the tournaments, we don't really get to see how strong she is because she always gets banned. And maybe that's kind of keeping her off the balance radar a little bit. I suggested... I mean, there's been loads of suggestions. Give her 1 less Legionnaire when she's activated. Maybe give her 2 Legionnaires and 2 Crossbow Dudes instead. Just to try to reduce the amount of value. Because The proposition is she's so easy to activate, really, and just so much value for a long period of the game. And Set's going to take this second one. Sorry, got a little bit distracted there, but it was fairly one-sided. Sentera just didn't have the tools to deal with that. And there we just see the power of those zealots. As mentioned, they are likely to be a card we see a lot or gets banned a lot. I remember when one of those zealots of the Burning Fist dies, the other one gets Berserker Rage, so it does go down slapping at times, can get some really good hits off. Okay, so Set takes that one by 2-0. And, yep, just the Set deck. Nothing really more to say about that. Right, so we'll see what's going on. Sometimes we switch to another game if we can. We'll see what's going on in the other matches, because that was a pretty quick one. Surprisingly quick. But let's see if we have any updates from other matches that are going on. Okay. What I might do, if you'll give me a second. Hey Cornish, what's going on? No co-commentator today, unfortunately. We've got a raid coming in. Thanks, Raiders! We're in the middle of a tournament, so we do have a 3-minute delay, so I'm not ignoring you. I'm just talking to you in the future. Right. Right, I'm just going to go to a game that I do actually have the facility to spectate. But we're not sure exactly... Oh, where is this game? Exactly where this match is in terms of the number of rounds they're in. Right. Right, so we've got Ying against Memfisto. Not exactly sure where this match is. So we'll put some question marks in the leaderboard, in the scoreboard, sorry, and we'll figure it out as we go. Okay, so King Puff Yin, G, and Memfisto as Diona. He's got his Diona Dynasty skin. Yin has an XP lead at the moment, and King Puff, of course, pretty strong in Perk 3. The bridge changes definitely hurt King Puff. Oh, Yin taking damage, 42 HP. Surprised we didn't see a trap on face there from Memfisto. Very, very low, but I can't imagine how he's going to deal with this. Gratillery's going to come in, if necessary, to close this game out. No King Puff Perk 3 invincibility of old. And that's one of those frustrating games where you are ahead on XP, but remember, that's not always the win condition. Being ahead on XP is great as long as you don't die. Okay. Just going to get the score confirmed here for you. And then maybe we can look at the bans. This is a little bit hot off the press since we're just jumping into this game slightly unprepared. But better than sit and wait. Right, so it looks like it's one game all at the moment. So let's update our scores. So this one looking a lot closer than the previous match. Let's see if we get some ban information in whilst we're waiting. Moradin says, do you think a card has to be tournament representation? I don't think it does have to be shown in a tournament to be nerfed, but I think that's just one of the things about Avea, because she gets banned so much. She just doesn't get that airtime to show how strong she is. But ultimately, we don't know exactly what stats the devs are looking at with regards to her, how strong she is. Remember, as we always say, Shield Captain Avea is one of those awkward ones to balance because she's a kind of a skill-based card with regards to getting the activations off and getting it activated as quickly as possible. So lower level players are going to struggle way more with getting the value out of her compared to the top level players. And if you balance, if you nerf it or buff it, then one of the ends of those scales is going to get very affected. So if you think she's too strong and you nerf her, then obviously the top players will get less value out of her. But then you've got the newer players that were struggling with her already and are now getting something that's weaker. Similar thing to the Blood Imps, how the Blood Imps are terrible with new players but incredible with existing players. Just makes it very, very difficult to balance. Right, so we do have some bans coming in, or we have the bans. If we have time before the next match, we'll try to throw them up on the screen for you. If we don't, then we don't. Quite straightforward. Right, so YkZen has banned Mordor. Avea, not sure if there's a second card. And Wrecked is banned for Memfisto, Cage Prowler, and Zealots of the Burning Fist. Okay. So there we see the Avea ban as expected. Cage Prowler still very strong. Zealots. So some fairly meta bans, some expected bans. Apart from, I would say, Mordor. Mordor probably not the strongest of masters in solos at the moment. But again, you know, we don't know. Maybe these guys have played on the ladder a bunch. And Memfisto played Mordor a lot and YkZen just couldn't handle it. So that potentially may have made him decide, let me go with banning this because I can't deal with it. So who knows? We don't know the exact reasoning behind. We can only guesstimate. Right, so let's just double check to make sure it is 1-1. Sometimes the players are bad at updating their scores. Okay, so we've got, if we remind ourselves what's going on elsewhere, there should be a pinned message at the top of the screen for the brackets, so you can follow along at home if you wish to, or you can relax and let me do it all for you. Let's have a look. So, hey Hachi, how you doing? Okay, 1-1, confirmed. A little bit of confusion with regards to whether they can change their bans as they go forward. No, not in a match. In the next round, you can do. So, where are we here? Okay, so we have a look at the brackets. Wait, didn't we have a dark mode for this? I'll check in a sec. I think we had a dark mode extension or something. Right, so Set's gone through. We're watching this game here. Carl Bickford's gone through. Silco still in a match. Westlin beating Kryptonius Rex. Ficus beating Derezd. Zen still going against Nadjaville, and Renzo beating Fruit and Garbage. What's up, Hungo? Labaco, good to see you guys. Just a reminder, we are on a 3-minute delay, so I'm not ignoring you. You are important to me. Okay, so we'll... someone's... Looks like Yin is deck building, so maybe some last-minute amendments or decisions to be made. So we'll wait till that gets locked in. So the Mordar ban is interesting. Mordar feels like he's much stronger in duos, than solos. Wrecked, a very strong ban. I do feel like we're going to see a lot of the same bans today. If people are meta banning, Avea's going to get nailed. Cage Prowler's probably going to get shredded. Zealots is going to get bonked. But the Masters we're not fully sure about. But here we go. We're loading into the third game. This is best of 3. So the winner of this will take this match.
Commence throwing creatures at each other.
Right. Let's get both. Okay, so we got Volko. Is Volko coming back into the meta? I've seen definitely some strong 2v2 Volko decks. Remember, they switched his perks around in the last patch, so you get the Rage at perk 1. But of course, the offshoot of that is you don't get your Bridge Burn until perk 2. Okay, he was a little bit scared there of that cleaver, but it was a fake cleaver, so he has to remember that. But okay, so... Oh, the Wheel of Doom here is going to be insane! Okay, bowling for Legionnaires. That is a strike. Okay, we did see an Azog ban in the first match, but not in the first match with Set and Sentera. Not this one. The wall, of course, does do return damage to melee units. And that's a real cleaver. So Yin's going to need to remember there's a real cleaver and a fake cleaver. Nice kill at the top to stop the bridge grab. But it was kind of expensive. And he was able to take it back with just a 2-mana stint. So maybe not the best play in the end here. This cleaver, he doesn't want to take a hit on his cleaver. And again, a cleaver's pretty strong in the meta at the moment. What does he have to deal with it? So Memfisto's going to be fully aware after that Wheel of Doom that he needs to play around it. So he's either... Okay, or he can just get completely murdered by it again. That's another strike. That's going to be a fake one. Okay, waste the wall there. I think Yin didn't really fully pay attention to Memfisto's cycle. It's easy for us to say, we can see the cards and stuff, right? But we know he used his real cleaver a little while ago, so that one was always going to be fake. But with the power of the cleaver, you do have to be careful. The freeze keeping that assassin alive! And he will fight for another day. And whilst he only has 1 HP, he can get a huge hit off on something. And we're seeing some pressure on here. Raged cleaver coming in. It's going to be some good face damage. That assassin had literally an empty health bar. Right. Yin is ahead on XP at the moment here. So new players often struggle with dealing with cards like the cleaver. But I think it's really important for new players to watch how experienced players deal with it. Because they will just use their cheap units to take the hits. He's got the shielded crossbow dudes, which are perfect for that. But then you'll see the offshoot of that is how the attacking player will push with it. So he will try to clear out the small units as well. This is cleaver on cleaver, but one's raged. Okay, that's fake though, but this one's real. Does the cleaver get a hit off? He does! Doesn't quite kill it, but basically does. Oh, but that cleaver will get another kill. Ruffle's getting a heal, but the health is not really the most important thing at the moment. There we saw, we always see sometimes new players struggle with stealth. We saw Memfisto there pulling the assassin out of stealth with that spell, and then the cleaver shreds it. The bridge burn just absolutely murdering those Legionnaires. The Legionnaires having a really awkward time of it between the bridge burn and the Wheel of Doom. But let's see, perk 3 for Yin now. That means anything that picks up the rage, if it's a melee unit, it's going to be Berserker Rage. That's 100% extra damage. Cleaver at the top. It's going to go into that bear trap. Unfortunately, there is another trap as well, and that trap's going to be useful. It's going to DPS and then take a hit. So that's perfect. Okay, we could see the Frost Freeze coming, but it wasn't quite in time. Wheel of Doom there, not fully liking that Wheel of Doom. Everything else was pretty weak. But let's see. Right, Memfisto's a decent way behind on XP at the moment. Does he have a win condition outside of Mana Frenzy? Okay, so he's going to split the Legionnaires this time. But of course, one of them's going to get bridge burned. Memfisto burning mana here, wanting to take the fight on his own terms. But he needs to be careful here with this cleaver. There is a bear trap there. It might have gone in the bear trap, but it might not have. That would have been a risk that I think he was probably smart to not take. Remember, the bear trap will immobilize melee units, but it won't stop them attacking. So they can still deal massive damage while they're immobilized in there if there's something near them. But XP is really in Yin's favour at the moment. Remember, this is the third game in this best of 3, so if he takes this, he will take the game. Memfisto trying to put on the pressure, but he is doing some face damage, but ultimately not enough. 1 or 2 cleaver hits that could have, but didn't over the course of the game. Could have changed things quite a bit, but not currently. Here we see the Wheel of Doom. You know, it doesn't matter about killing your own unit. Unfortunately, didn't get that Legionnaire. Killing the Legionnaire is not the thing. It's the fact that Legionnaire can take the bridge. That's the annoying thing. But he is ahead on XP. Yin should be able to close this out now. And Volko, who we didn't see in tournaments for a long, long time. Is he having a bit of a recurrence? Maybe. Always difficult to tank a cleaver with something weak when there's ranged units behind it just to pop it. He had the illusory cleaver there, but it got popped by the crossbow dude or the arcanist or something, and that's just, you know, the cleaver's weak against those small units like that, but that's why you support it with ranged units or a spell or something. And Yin taking that game by 2 games that match, they're 2 games to 1, and Memfisto, of course, has won the last 2 events. So the reigning champion has lost his first game, match, round. I don't know what the correct verbiage is. So, but remember, this is only the first round of the Swiss part of the event, so, you know, losing here is not the end of the game. Now, that was a very difficult one. The Wheel of Doom was really punishing for Memfisto. The question is, could he have played around it differently? Normally what you want to do with the Wheel of Doom is either wait for them to play it, kind of bait it out on something less valuable and then play your more valuable stuff, or try to bait it out and then block it. Not really sure. It was difficult because he had, like, the last stand was very expensive, so he couldn't really block it with the cleaver. I mean, you can block it with totem, with not the totem, with the decoy trap from the perk. So we could have seen that. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like Memfisto could have played around the wheel a bit better. But even if he played around the wheel, he was just going to get bridge burned after that. So that was very frustrating. And, you know, sometimes that happens, right? That's just how it happens, you know. Sometimes you do, whether you're in a tournament, whether you're on the ladder, you do have these just hard counters. And when you're building a deck, you've got to think about these hard counters. And if there's only 1 or 2, then you just roll the dice, right? Just say, well, you know, so be it. If they've got a Wheel of Doom, I'm screwed, but so be it. And sometimes that works out, sometimes it doesn't. And in this occasion for Memfisto, it didn't. But as I say, it's only the first round, and we will jump into the second round as soon as possible. So that it's slightly different in tournament play than ladder play, because of course you've got your band powers. So do you have to Do you have to ban something like the Wheel of Doom? But it's kind of weird because the Wheel of Doom's very non-meta, and then you feel like you might be wasting your ban on it. So it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Right, so let's get set up for our round 2. Again, if you check the comment at the top of the stream of the chat, you should see the brackets so you can follow along. We're going to go and see Carl Bickford against Duck Westlin. Now, Kyle Bickford, we've seen him play a lot. He's a very strong player. Westlin, of course, a very, very strong player of old. Took a decent break from the game, has come back. So it's great to see Westlin back, both in terms of being around on the ladder, being streaming, and of course in the tournament. So that's really good to see. But it feels like Westlin hasn't quite found his feet with regards to the current meta. We do know that he likes to play specific decks, specific ways, very non-meta ways. But we don't know if that kind of setup is working for him. I'm going to restart my game because we didn't have any puffs. Let's find out if we get them. Sometimes they come, the spectator puffs come and go. Right, so Kyle Bickford against Duck Westlin. Let's update their names in our little business. Right. Just put Westlin. Thanks for everyone joining us today. Good to see all of you familiar faces and newbies as well. Appreciate all of you. Unit Bomber, thanks so much for your raid as well. We are on a 3-minute delay, so excuse the delay in responding to you. Right, so Carl Bickford against Duck Westlin. This is going to be the second round, and we're just waiting for their bans to come in. What they tend to do with the bans is they'll do them in private through a third-party mediator, so nobody gets to ban first, and then if you do them publicly, then someone bans first, and then the second player goes, oh, hold on, let me just change something. A lot of these players will do it, the newer players will do it publicly because they don't really care, whereas the experienced players want their bans to be as important as possible. So let's see if we can get that ban information up. If you just joined us, this is the Team Mana Frenzy and BetaDwarf's Knights Duel number 24. We got $400 of prize money on the line. Thanks to the sponsors for that. Of course, guaranteed prizes for everyone that entered. And if you've just joined us, you haven't missed much. So that's good. We're only in the early stages of the event. Of course, we will put the VOD up on YouTube. So if you missed any of it, if you want to revisit any of it, you can do. As always, I'll put timestamps in the description, so if you want to, and of course there may be spoilers if you do it this way, if you want to, you can jump exactly through to the matches rather than watching the whole 5-6 hour stream, whatever it is. Or if you want to do that, that's fine. You know, you do you. It's always good if you've played in the event to go back and watch it, maybe listen to what the commentator said about how you played, maybe get some insight like that. And of course, just from a pure spectator's point of view, it's always interesting to go back, especially if you saw a deck that you kind of were interested in trying out. You can go back and grab it out of the VOD. Right, so let me see if there's any ban activity yet. Okay, bans. These are both experienced players, so we shouldn't have too much trouble dealing with it. Okay, no bad information yet. Okay, if you check out the chat, you can see a link to my super useful Minion Masters guide on Steam, which is a really nice place where I've got all of my YouTube content and stuff and kind of got it together in a useful guide. So if you're a new player, experienced player alike, that should be a really good place to get information. We've got stuff about the new patch notes. So if you're wanting to keep up to date on that, that's great. We've also got beginner videos, decks, mechanics explained, masters explained, all kind of stuff like that. So I appreciate you guys if you check that out on Steam. There's a link on there. Give it a favorite, give it a thumbs up if you like it, and hopefully you learn something from it. And of course, as always, more to come. Right, so sorry for this little delay. We're just waiting for the bands to come in. Let's have a look. See if we can... try to push these guys along. Okay, so whilst we're waiting, and as always, you can follow the brackets from home. Let's have a little sneaky look here. Oh yeah, I do need to try to find the dark mode for this, because it's freaking horrible. I thought we had it before, but maybe an extension broke or something. Okay, so the second round of the Swiss event. YkZen against Set, Renzo against Silco, Ficus against YkZen, Kyle against Westlin that we're going to see here, Kryptonius Rex against Kiko, Derez against Sentera, Memfisto against Nijar and Fruit and Garbage against Harm. Right, we have the bans in hot off the press. So, Kyle Bickford has banned Morelia. Okay, so this is the second time we've seen Morelia banned, so she seems to be on people's radar this season. Also banned Cleaver. That's a card we saw in the last game quite a lot, and definitely a strong one. And then we have the Prowler, which is interesting because this is not the caged Prowler from the looks of it, just a regular Prowler. So that's kind of interesting. And Westlin has banned Ravager, Red Golem, and Herald Our Moon. So some really interesting bans here, especially from Westlin. Is he banning something that he knows that Carl wants to play? Or just something that he's very concerned about? And one thing to note here is we haven't seen an Azali ban against Dark Westlin, which is always something that's got to be on people's minds when they're playing against him. Okay, let's just get this set up here. Right, double check this. We've got Westlin, Bickford. Okay, so we are ready to go here. We've got the bands in. Let me know what you think of the bands. The Prowler's kind of weird. You'd expect it to be a cage Prowler. Prowler on its own, you don't see too much. But he's obviously scared of these high DPS melee units. Herald Our Moon is kind of awkward to play against. And banning Ravager suggests that he doesn't want to deal with any aggro stuff. But yeah, the Red Golem and the Herald Our Moon, definitely not meta bans. Maybe Carl's been playing them this season. Maybe Westlin's come up against them a lot on the ladder and just thought, I don't want to deal with this. You know, sometimes you just have a deck that really struggles with air, against air, and especially air like Herald Our Moon, because it is melee, it does have like the AoE damage, it is tanky, it can res, so as air units go, that's a difficult one to deal with. And we do often see a Ravager kind of slither deck with Herald Our Moon in there, pushing with the Brutus push. So that rules that out on both sides of the coin. But here we go, we're logging into our first game of this best of 3. So we've got Carl Bickford, we've got Duck Westlin, we've got Diona, and we've got Apep. What kind of business do we have? Duck Westlin's deck looks interesting already. Call to arms, we don't see that too much. What kind of a building is he gonna have? Could be the caged Prowler. Nope. It is not the Cage Prowler, but we do see the Siegebreaker, Mark 1. And that's interesting because that was a card that we didn't see too much of at all until it got changed a little bit recently. Nice trap! That assassin's going to murder everything. So Dark Westlin trying to get the impetus value, but Kyle was ready with the Diona Taunt Trap. Going to take some serious damage here from that assassin. And the Blood Imps are out as well, if there's any way for that to punish him. Right, do we have a way of putting pressure on this spawner? Well, I mean, he can do with his trap if he wants to. He wants to get rid of that wall as much as possible. And it's interesting to see him using Urklaw, because Urklaw, I've seen Westlin play Urklaw quite a lot on the ladder, to be honest. He's going to get his Berserker Rage here and do some serious face damage to Westlin. So Kyle in a good position at the moment. He's ahead on XP, and he's done a lot of face damage. So the Siegebreaker there at the bottom, it's a lot more tanky than it used to be. Excuse the pun. But of course it cannot hit air. It does do AoE damage. That trap looked like it was a little bit late. I'm not sure. The Siegebreaker didn't really know what to kind of attack right then. That was a little frustrating there, because the first throw from the Enraged Flame Imp didn't really do anything at all. Westlin trying to heal. Here's the call to arms. But he needs to be careful with this, because this is Berserker Raged Urklaw, I think. It's interesting how you let your Urklaw take damage, you trigger it, and then you can heal it back up. And look how much damage he's doing. He just can't shut this down quickly enough. Okay, so Kyle takes the first game with just the power of Urklaw. When he gets down to 50%, he does that that kind of bellow, that roar, does the knockback, and then he gets Berserker Rage, which doubles his damage. And he's fairly terrifying at that point. Okay, so a big DPS coming out from Kyle there. Westlin played a more defensive deck and consequently really didn't have the tools to deal with it. He didn't want to tank. He didn't have a good tank or stun for Urklaw, so he had to tank it on his face. And that did not work out too well at all. Okay, so Kyle takes the first to go 1-0 up here. We're in the second round of the Swiss part of this event, and we're rushing straight into the second game. Are things going to be changed, or are the players going to stick together? Right, so Diona again, and Ravager this time. So Ravager, this is the new skin in the current Battle Pass, the Void Ripper Ravager skin. If you haven't got it yet, think about getting it. It's a really awesome looking skin, and he just has to play it because he's doing a Voidborn Ravager deck. Does the assassin go invisible? Nope, not quite. It nearly got invisible before it got shut down, but not quite enough. Right. So let's have a look what we've got. So we've got some Voidborn Wound activated cards there. Again, I've got a YouTube video on Voidborn Wound if you don't know how it works. But basically when you have a Voidborn minion attack or do damage to the tower or hit the enemy tower, it triggers the wound on the cards in your hand, and they do different things. So for example, we can see we've got the yellow highlighted Dragon Pack. Now, both players going kind of ham. The Brutus did spawn at a decent time to tank. A lot of that tanked on face, which Westlin will probably be happy with because he still has a very high HP Brutus. He wants to try to send a tank in if he can to tank for those whelps. Those whelps do like 50 DPS each or something. That's Rage as well. This is going to be massive damage coming out. And the Black Hole to re-trigger the attack. A little bit cheesy. Or is it 200 IQ? Looks like this is going to be too much for Kyle Bickford to defend. And there we see the power of Ravager. The aggro Ravager. The Voidborn. He did a good job defending. Took a bit of face damage, did Dark Westlin, but he knew his next push was going to be disgusting. Did a great job sending in the Doom Cleaver to get the aggro from the Master to keep those whelps alive. Those whelps do huge DPS, but they are, of course, pretty weak. So he did a great job tanking that. And the Black Hole. Black Hole we don't see too often, but it's a really interesting card with a lot of interesting mechanics. You can see there it does reset the attack of the units. So the Cleaver comes out swinging, which is really powerful with cards that have that single massive damage attack. A Raged Cleaver, stroke Doom Cleaver. Really powerful. We did have some real cheesy strats involving that before with like the Troubadour, where you would get a Troubadour in the enemy's face and then you would just keep black holing it and keep attacking. That was kind of solved when they changed the Troubadour. Instead of doing one huge attack, it did quicker, smaller attacks. But just something we've enjoyed over the years. Right, here we go again. So we got Duck Westlin playing Wrecked, and he's using Set's tournament-winning skin here. So Kyle sticking with Diona. Looks like the same Diona deck. And here we kind of expected it. It's Azali. It's Mana Puff Madness. It's the Duck Westlin signature deck. Let's see if he can make it work. So remember, Mana Puff Madness will give puffs to you and your opponent. So you want to use it sensibly. You want to use it when you've got some good positioning on the field, so that you can kill the puffs and you can keep yours alive if possible. And it's a real skill knowing when to use that, because if you use it at the wrong time, you end up giving your opponent the puffs, and if you can't kill them, they kill you. Okay, so Westlin just chilling here. He does have the bridges. Urklaw's gonna come out. Right. Azali. Remember, when you grab a bridge, if Azali is on the field and not stunned, you will shield close by ground units. Okay, so there we see the Blood Imps push on the bottom. They're going to kill his opponent's puffs. Okay, Westlin does have one Mana Puff alive. You always wonder, like, how much value that gives you. Like, all that hassle just to have one Mana Puff alive for maybe one tick. But, you know, sometimes they stay alive. They stay alive. Okay, that's an enraged Imp. I would have liked to see that trap. I don't know if he could have. They were a little bit far apart. But you kind of, with something like the Flame Imp, if you're using your trap there, you want to try to group everything together so you can get the value out of the AoE. But here we see the Rex on the field. They've got the trophies as guns. It's the SBI tournament-winning skin for Set. So XP's pretty equal here. Westlin again is just going to bank up this mana. Going to try to do a good push. It's always difficult, though, Mana Puff Madness against Diona, because of course Diona has those crossbow traps which you can, in an emergency, just throw on the bridge, and then suddenly you've shut everything down. But we saw how aggro it can be. Does Westlin know that that enraged assassin is there? I'm not sure. That assassin did massive damage, and he's not going to be able to shut this down in time. Is he? Is he? Yes, he is. Just. Now the push returns. Don't know if Cole has many direct face opportunities apart from his traps. But here we see, this is the position that Westlin wants. He's put the pressure on. He's got 4 puffs out. They're all shielded. He's very low HP. But that's kind of irrelevant at the moment. He does have a heal puff coming. And if you get in this position, you keep your puffs alive, and then you can go to the next lot, and it just spirals. He's healing. He's coming back from the brink here. I don't think there's anything Kyle can do. He's hanging on, but by having to defend deeply like this, the puffs are just getting so much value, and he's almost round to the next one. Those puffs just surviving. Look, there's 7 of them alive at the moment. There'll be more coming soon. Westlin's going to have these huge influxes of mana when they just pop, like every 10 seconds or so. And then he's just going to go again and again. And he was very, very low. The trap on the face is not really going to do it, I don't think, because he's able to defend it. And he's got a heal buff at the top. This is one of those games where you feel, from Kyle Bickford's point of view, is you have this kind of real tiny window. You've got to win in that window. And if you don't win in that window, it's going to be over. And Westlin's going to come back from almost the death. And his signature deck, nobody plays it as well as he does. And you can just see how that can really just spiral out of control. If your opponent can't shut those mana puffs down in a decent time, suddenly you get a few ticks, you get that extra mana, you can keep them alive, and then you'll round to the next lot, and it's just almost game over at that point. So Kyle did a great job with the early pressure, but Westlin was just biding his time, just waiting for the moment that he wanted. And, you know, if you want to play that kind of deck, if you want to play Mana Puff Madness, definitely check out how Westlin plays it. Look at how he sets the board up. Look at how he makes the decision about when to play it. Because, you know, as I mentioned earlier, that can go one way or the other if you use it at the wrong time. But he often uses it at the right time. Now, that's kind of his signature deck. So if we get into a later stage of the tournament, then players against him are going to be thinking about, do they ban... Oops, wrong button. Do they ban that strat? Or do they think they have a way of dealing with it? Because you have to have that in your mind that he's going to play that kind of thing. Right. I thought I set up a giveaway timer, but maybe I didn't. A timer message to remind you guys how to get into the giveaway. So let's set that up quickly here. Type to enter our giveaway. So let's do that every 30 minutes. Just to remind people. We'll do that at the end of the stream when things have calmed down a little bit. It's weird. I do remember doing that. No, I did do it. Why is it not working? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. It should be triggering though. Right, let me just put that in the chat. Let's just make sure that's working, and then we can forget about that. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay, we'll forget about that for the rest of that. Okay, so Ficus and YkZen are in game 1, apparently. So let's see if we can get that up on the screen for you. So Ficus and YkZen. Let's see, we got YkZen here. And then over here, so we got Ficus. Okay. So Ficus and YkZen. Let's see if we can get the score. Let's set this up here. So I think it's in the second game. The players, of course, are encouraged to keep their scores up to date on the website, so we can always see at an immediate glance what's going on, and generally they feckin' don't. But what can you do? Right. YkZen. So YkZen we saw beating Memfisto in the first round. So he's having a good day so far. Let's see if that continues. So Ficus and YkZen. Yep, join the giveaway. We'll do it at the end of the stream. Just enter it. Make sure you enter it as we go through. We'll sort it out later. Okay, so it's 1-0 to Ficus, and we'll see if we get any bans coming in from this. So let's update our score here. So who's our second player? Okay, so Ficus 0-1 to Ficus, and we'll see if we can get the bans in. Okay, let's see if I can do this quickly before the game starts. Okay, so YkZen has banned Wrecked, Shield Captain Avea, and Reckinator. And Ficus has banned Wrecked also, so no Wrecked in this one. Beam of Doom, and Lone Wolf. Okay, so those are the bans for this match. No Wrecked for either player. Avea's a pretty expected ban. Rekinator's a bit of an off-meta ban. Maybe he has a deck that's going to struggle against it. Beam of Doom. If you ban the Beam of Doom, that suggests that you're going to play a deck that's going to be weak to the Beam of Doom, so some clumped big units. Lone Wolf, that's a pretty meta ban, to be honest, judging by what we've seen this season. Wolves generally are pretty strong. So, Ficus against Yin. Okay, so it's 1-0 to Ficus, and we are awaiting the game to start. Not exactly sure what happened in the first game. Maybe we'll find out, maybe we never will. Maybe it doesn't matter. Appreciate you guys joining us. Reminder, we are on the 3-minute delay. I will interact with chat as much as I can. I will try to do the channel points if I remember. But since we've already started this one, it's not really fair to do so. Okay, so no Milloween yet. No Milloween bans. Did we expect that? I wouldn't really expect Milloween to get banned, but there's a good chance we can see them. Okay. Yes, thanks, said it is 1-0 to Ficus. Confirmed. Looks like there's a little bit of delay between match 1 and match 2. Game 1, game 2. Just thinking about other things that were balance changed this season that were quite interesting. Let's remind myself of the changes. Cannon Roller was an interesting one. Seemed like a decently strong card already. Got an attack speed buff. Clutch Cooker, as we spoke about earlier when we saw it, it does the instant flamethrower off the grappling hook, and anything it grabs and pulls to it will stun. So it's in a better position here. Harbinger. I mean, Harbinger is a card we see sometimes in the tournaments. It's definitely a card that new players really struggle with. Things like the Harbinger, the Colossus, new players really struggle with it. So I think it was rebalanced to improve the new player experience. Right, but here we go. We're loading into... This is the second game. We didn't see the first game because we were watching a different one. As Tibbs says, yes, it is an interesting ban for the Rekinator, an unexpected ban. But here we go. Volko, we saw Yin's Volko beat Memfisto. So can he do it again? This time he's going to be up against Morelia. So it looks like we've got some Slither business. Wheel of Doom. That's an okay trade. Not only does it stop the bridge getting pressure on it, it does, of course, keep that assassin healthy. The assassin's not going to do too well at the bottom here. And now Ficus has got to keep in mind, of course, that Wheel of Doom is a thing. And what does he have that's susceptible to the Wheel of Doom? But here we see the Rage already at perk 1 for Volko. Or the Daggerfall was a little late. Normally what you want to do there, if you have the reactions, if you have the mana, is you want to get it, you want to clear the stuff they spawn to tank it, so that it just runs all the way through and gets a big hit on the tower. But he did some good damage there. But these are the awkward pushes that you see with Herald Armoon. The statue and the Herald. And of course it's doubly awkward against Volko, because Volko cannot hit air. I think I would have liked to see that wall a little bit closer to get some master damage. And there you see he's removing all the anti-air where possible. The Wheel of Doom. You needed to wait a little bit longer with the Wheel of Doom. You got to remember, if the unit's got more than 300 HP, the wheel will just hit it and then kind of die. And this is... We talk about when you're building a deck with a master, you've got to consider the master's auto attack. What are they good at? What are they weak at? And of course, Volko cannot hit air, so you've got to make sure you've got some cover in that situation there. Lovely heal at the bottom for the Tranquil Monkey. Someone asked me the other day what my favourite card was. I said the Tranquil Monkey because it's so fun saving him, getting him to res from almost nothing, and you basically get a free 4-mana unit almost. Right, so this is really going to be all about how can he deal with this Herald Armoon. The Cleaver's going to have a bad time against the Snake Druid. It's going to get poisoned within an inch of its life. So, of course, the weakness of poison is that it takes time to apply. Unless, of course, you do have a kin left there. Okay, so the Shielded Crossbow dude's doing a reasonable job here, since they are able to tank that extra hit. It's Assassin, wrong place, wrong time. Okay, so he did shut that down there. Doesn't have anything to do with that Snake Druid for a good while, so that Snake Druid is going to do these 50 hits over and over again. And you know, we've all had those matches either with or against Volko where you have something fairly innocuous, like a prop scrat or something, doing way more damage than you would ever want to admit to. That's a lovely will. Not only does it clear everything, his unit stays alive. But the Ficus deck is one of these decks where you're just going to play this same strat over and over again, and really the idea is your win condition is to kill the opponent, of course, but it's not one of these I'm going to try to kill you in one push. It's multi pushes, but this is going to be so difficult. He can DPS down this statue reasonably quickly, but I can't imagine how he's going to do that and then deal with the push as behind it as well. Both players getting to perk 3 at about the same time. Okay, he's doing a good job tanking that. I would like to see that monkey played a bit closer to the tower, because it tanks the first hit, but then it walks away, and you're kind of, it's not tanking that second hit. But it didn't live. But we've got 57 HP for Jin. Yin. God damn it! I'll get the name right at some point. So previously he had to deal with the statue pushing with the Herald Armoon behind it. Now he's got to deal with the dragon and the Herald behind it. But that's a Berserker Rage Cleaver. Picked up the Rage just when he needs it. Might only get one hit off, but my goodness, it took a third of that dragon's HP or something. Ficus healing, kind of adding insult to injury there, showing his opponent, I don't... Oh, the assassin! Oh. Okay, that was a bit of a mistake there with the assassin. Of course, the assassin is invisible, so the dragon won't aggro on it until it attacks, and that allowed the dragon to get onto face. May or may not have changed too much. But when you play Volko and you come against someone playing that kind of strat, it's kind of a feels bad, man. Because you know you don't have that master defense to help you. And of course, Volko has that AoE ground attack, which is great against a lot of things, but it's not great against the statue on its own. It's definitely not great against the Herald Armoon. So that was kind of frustrating, but another one of those awkward matchups. But if you play these decks, as we saw earlier, we had Memfisto's deck that was really weak to the Wheel of Doom and just got punished. If you play these decks with these weaknesses, they can be exploited. And I would say, knowing Ficus as I do, and having seen Ficus in a lot of these events, this is a kind of a strat that he does like to play. So that might have been a bit of a lack in information from Yin's point of view. Unsure. Right. Very well played to those players. So we're going to see Yin has lost this 2-0, but he did win his first game against Memfisto, so still within the with a shout. So what we need to do now is check what's going on in the other matches. So that was a pretty quick match. I think we waited longer than we actually had for the match, but you know, sometimes that happens. Yeah, very difficult to deal with that that push with the Herald unless you have some real specific cards. And you know, the problem he has is his anti-air was weak. Kyle's it was weak in terms of DPS and in terms of HP. So it was, firstly, it was easily cleared by a support spell. And then secondly, because his DPS was weak, he was able to tank the Herald Armoon whilst his DPS was trying to kill it. But because his DPS was weak, he was having to spend so much tanking it. So many different units, the Wall, the Tranquil. And if he was able to stop it getting to his face, it was costing him a lot. Just mana-wise and control of the board-wise. Right, so it looks like we have gone into the third round now. So that was the last game that we were just waiting on. So third round, we got Set against Silco, Westlin against Ficus, YkZen against YkZen, Sentera against Fruit and Garbage, Renzo, Colonna against Kiko, Memfisto against Carl Bickford, Harm against Kryptonius Rex, and Nijarville against, excuse me, Derezd. So, who shall we watch here? So we try to give you as many different matches as possible. Sometimes we see the same player over and over again. Often if we look at a new player against an experienced player, it can just be over in a blink of an eye, which I don't know if you like, if you hate. Not sure how that works from your point of view. But let's figure out where we're going to go to next. So this is going to be the third round. So we've got 5 rounds of Swiss, and then based on players' performances, their overall win rate, their overall points, their overall game rate, we'll have a top 4, and then we'll have an elimination when we go to best of 5. Right, so looks like we're going to go YkZen against YkZen. So we've seen a couple of partial YkZen matches that we jumped into. But let's have a full YkZen game against YkZen. So YkZen, of course, remind you, did beat Memfisto, the reigning champion, in the first round, and did come up a cropper against Ficus in the second round. Let's see. You can probably get to the top 4 by having... If you've only got 1 loss, you can probably get into the top 4, depending on how things work out. If you have 2 losses, it's probably going to be too much. So if the players have lost a game up until this point, like YkZen just did, then they've got to be really careful. They can't afford really to drop another one, or they really will be struggling to get into that top 4. Right, I'm just going to restart my game again, because again, no puffs. Sometimes they come and go. Right, so we'll get the bans in, and then we'll get going. So it's going to be YkZen against YkZen. YkZen is a very experienced tournament player. Plays in a lot of the events. Okay. If you've just joined us, we are in the 3rd Swiss round. Just about to start that, of 5, and then we'll go to a top 4 elimination shootout. This, of course, is BetaDwarf's and Team Mana Frenzy's Knights Duel number 24! Can you believe it? That's 2 years of these monthly tournaments, so massive shout out to the sponsors. Good news, the puffs are appearing. Let's go. I see a Lepaco puff. I see Shadow Archer. No Factorio today, my friend. Maybe next week. We do definitely need to play some more Factorio. Get that factory going. or Merlin will be very upset. Okay, so we just need to wait for the bans to come in from these players. So, let's get our ban business ready. So before we went into the last game, we were just checking out anything kind of note from the rebalancing. As we spoke about earlier, Milloween did receive a huge rebalance. With the Golem not hitting air, shorter range, timer starts on death, no longer mythic, doesn't gain buffs while the Golem's in play, but consumes charges that you make up, that you earn whilst the Golem is awaiting to be played. Now, a lot of people said Milloween was dead with this change. I kind of disagree with that. I'm not sure. It's difficult really to know where she falls at the moment. Apparently, early season, she had a very, very strong win rate. So a lot of players were still getting a lot of value from her. And my hope is that Milloween will be in a balanced spot, but it won't be the master to go to as a cheese support. You know, this Golem, tanky Golem for 2 mana that does a lot of stuff previously was really the cheese empowerment unit. Whereas now the Golem can't hit air, can't hit long-ranged units. It trades very, very differently. But I've had a lot of success playing her. And that Golem, once you get it leveled up, is quite substantial. A real big tanky unit that does good damage. It only has 4 range, so it has the same range as, interestingly, a Crystal Sentry ranged unit and a Shen melee unit. Right, the bans are coming in. So, Yin has banned... Let me open this up. Okay, so Yin has banned Diona, Avea. So I think we're going to see a lot of Avea bans. Because it's just one of those cards that's... If you play it right and you get the value early, it's just so hard to tech against, to trade against, to beat. And again, a Reconator ban. That seems kind of a weird ban. Again, a Reconator ban. He doesn't want to play against it. Right, and then YkZen also banning Diona. Lightning Bolt. And Laser Turrets. So, if we see someone banning things like Lightning Bolt and Laser Turret, both cards that are very, very strong against big units, we can probably join the dots and make the assumption that YkZen is going to be playing some big units. But let's see. Maybe it's a double bluff. Who knows? Okay, let's make sure we're ready to... Oh, that scared me. We had a game going on my other screen, but it was the wrong game. So don't worry. No, don't screw the puffs. That's inappropriate. Okay, let's just make sure we got our spectate set up correctly. Yin is here, and then we need Zen on the other screen. Do we have Zen here? No, we do not. Okay. Oh, yes, we do. Right. They've got some extra characters in the front of their name. Right, okay. All I need to do is type ready without a spelling mistake. And we are good to go. Okay, so those are the bans. Double Diona ban. Wait, hold on. I've got that wrong. I've got this wrong. Something here is not correct. Yin banned Wrecked. Okay, sorry. I was doing them in a different order. My bad. Correction. Ban correction. Let the records show that Fish made a mistake. Yes! Everyone's still on my wall. Only a very, very small number of subfish has ever perished. And you have to behave very badly for that to happen. Right. Did I get that correct? So, Yin banned Wrecked, Avea, and Reconator. Yes. Diona, Lightning Bolt, and Laser Turret. Yes! Okay, we're good. We are good. Is it just me, or is Nightbot just not working? No, it looks like it's working. I think I just have blindness to it. I've seen it too much. Right. Okay, so we're ready to go here. Zen is ready. Oh, shoot. Okay. User is offline. Okay, I think Yin may have just restarted their game. Nice try. I am ready for it. Quick question. Does Doomcleaver also take costs down of the tier? I would expect it to. I don't see why it wouldn't. But things don't always work out as we expect. Right, we're going into the first game of this best of 3. It's Yin, it's Zen.
Nature does not hurry, yet everything is accomplished.
Let's get the double decks up. Silence, thanks for the sub. Appreciate you guys being here today, and much love for the sub. Right, what have we got? Wrecked. Okay, so Yin banned Wrecked and Avea, and is playing Wrecked and Avea. Zen is playing Apep. We did expect a heavy unit of sorts. It is the Troubadour. Stuns are a really good way of dealing with Avea, if you can do. Oh my goodness, what is this? Okay. That was... yeah, that's a misplay there. Oh, actually, no, that's not a misplay. Sorry. Ignore me. It just took me by surprise where that Stixie came from. Right, Lightning Bolt. That is... yeah, that's a weird Lightning Bolt. That's a Chain Lightning. There's some very strange plays coming out here. Very little value from either of those spells. Going to put them in an awkward position to defend. Derez, thanks so much for the sub. Appreciate you guys supporting the fish tank. And of course, thanks to everyone being here today. Hopefully we can have a fun time. We are still in the early stages of this event. But Yin looks like they're in charge of this. The Lightning Bolt is one of those cards that sometimes you just have to accept that you're not going to have a good way of using it. And you just don't use it. It's better to not waste mana on it than just waste mana on it. Right, let's have a look here. So this is going to be a scary looking push, but that Flame Imp has massive DPS, so the Flame Imp will be able to deal with that pretty nicely. Jolo, of course, although in a nerf state, will tank for a while. Loses 15% dodge. That Scrat hitting him from behind, though, he's going to... oh, I expected him to die there, but Yin doing a really nice job defending that. So Yin in a strong position here, both in terms of HP and XP. I haven't updated the Subfish wall in a while. That's one of the things I want to do, Moradin, so maybe we'll get on top of that next week. All of these fish on the wall behind me, they are our Subfish. You can check them out at our website, and they are horrifically out of date because I am a sack of beep. Right, there we go. The first game was pretty straightforward. I feel like it started to unravel a bit with the Lightning Bolt. There wasn't a good target for the Lightning Bolt, really. The Assassin, maybe. But even then, it's not the most amazing trade. So... and then, not only the Lightning Bolt, there was a Chain Lightning that was really not great as well after that. So that was a lot of mana to not achieve too much, and then the counter push was just very, very strong. But it made sense, right? It made sense. We looked at what Zen banned. They banned the Lightning Bolt and the Laser Turret, and that made sense when we saw their deck, right? This is some joined-up thinking. We saw that we expected them to have some big units. They had the Colossus, they had the Troubadour. Both of them would have got just savaged by those cards. So some good banning. But the Colossus is one of those cards that new players, as we spoke about with the Harbinger earlier, new players really struggle against them because it's the kind of card that punishes you if you just play aimlessly into it. And the power of the card really drops off as you get to a higher level, because as you saw there, the Jolo was just able to tank the Colossus until it died. So the Colossus didn't really do anything. Didn't really do a thing. Whereas a new player, they just don't have the skill set or the experience to know how to deal with it. They don't know the best cards to tank it, but that's just... If you're new and you're struggling to deal with these big units, watching how these players do it, it's just the best way to learn, right? He waited until the Colossus was near him. He turned the Colossus around with the Jolo, and then all his DPS just attacked it from the back, whilst the Colossus was just hitting the Jolo, and the Jolo was just dodging. So that's just really taken advantage of, you know, all units have weaknesses, and it's about exploiting those weaknesses as much as you can. The one thing about the Colossus, it's really awkward, is the Colossus, of course, has his, like, 180 degree, like, cleave, but my god, does that 180 feel like closer to 300 degrees sometimes, when he seems to, like, get something behind him. Get off me! Gets everything. I think it's the way he kind of turns as he attacks, so, you know, he can punish misplays, for sure. Okay, anyway, so that's the first game. Yin taking it against Zen. So, let's see how we go in the second game. And we're loading into that right about now. Thanks again for the subs. Ghost Ethereal, good to see you. It's been a hot minute. So, let's see what we're going to have on this one. So, Wrecked Apep. Okay, so Zen's bans are not really going to help too much in this game. But I think it's important. Sometimes strats don't work. You've got to switch to something else, right? So Wrecked against Apep. Didn't kill too much with the Daggerfall. Everything was almost dead, but it killed it, and he was able to get onto the bridge quickly. Right, Cleaver. See, again here, sending a Cleaver in just naked like this with no support, that's likely to not get too much value. Jolo just tanks it without any sort of drama. And it just gets shut down, and then the counter push. So, a Cleaver is one of those units where you kind of want to play it defensively, get the value, and then when you push with it, that any value it gets then is just bonus value. You know, defenders in this game have a real advantage, right? They can place their units wherever they want, and they get the Master Tower support as well. Okay, no activation there on the Avea, which is a little frustrating, because he's likely to get an activation eventually, but it could have been 2 activations. Remember, you need to get 4 activations in total to get onto the second, her second level, really, her quest completion, where she'll spawn with the Legionnaires, and she gets very, very strong. So it looks like she got 1 activation there. So a little bit of a misplay from Jin not getting that early activation. Generally, you want to play it defensively, get 1 activation, wait 12 or 14 seconds, whatever it is, and then get that second activation. But Jolo doing a great job. I've been playing Armored Scrats instead of Jolo a lot. I think there's a lot of situations where they're just straight up better. But we've seen Jolo still performing well. Thanks, Lizardmon. So a big XP lead here for Jin. Does have the Unholy Ground, and that's going to be great here. He's going to lock this in place, and the DPS of this Raged Flame Imp is going to be disgusting. Going to kill the healer as well. Okay, that was a bit of a misplay. Could have tanked that with the shield totem, but I think he was slightly distracted by the Cleaver at the top. But let's see. But of course, while Yin Long, I don't know, maybe it's one of the family, who knows? I keep getting the name wrong. But of course, while they were defending that, Zen has caught up on XP. So it looks like another single activation here for the Avea. I said about tanking it with the shield. I'm looking at the wrong player. He didn't have the shield. He's not the Apep, sorry. Okay, I don't hate that at the top, but then the Daggerfall's going to kind of make him cry a little bit. Jolo doing Jolo things. Bolf, of course, will have that freeze when he attacks. So he's described as a tanky stun lancer. She is alive, yes. Did I do my... I did my live announcement, yes. Okay, healer getting some good value here, but there is a Beam of Doom, but the Beam of Doom's not for him. Okay, I'm going to get the players correct at some point. Perk 3 for Yin now. But he only has 2 Avea activations. So, Avea we normally see very, very strong, but not in this situation right now. We might get a couple of activations here, but this could turn very, very dangerous. Because we've got the heal. The beam comes in to support. Suddenly a lot of damage is on face. That cleaver's on face. Mardred is alive. Okay. And of course XP is pouring into Zen's pocket at this point. Doing a lot of face damage. That cleaver, he's got no DPS at the moment to kill that cleaver. He's down to almost 1 cleaver hit. Is Zen fighting back? Yes, Zen is. Okay, that's 1 game all. Zen doing a great job there, and Yin seemed to be in control for pretty much all of that game, but then that push there was kind of terrifying. And, you know, Zen's deck was this... He had this very specific setup that he wanted to do with the Mardred and the healer support behind it, and he would just kind of cycle to that, do it again, and ultimately that final push was just too strong. Okay, so that's 1 game all. This one is really in the balance. And remember, Yin has a 1-all record so far. If we check also the standings for Zen, so Zen is also on a 1-all record. So basically, I would say whoever loses this matchup is probably out of the top 4, or at least their chances are severely diminished. And then we just saw the power of the heal. He didn't have a spell, did Yin, to remove the healer, so sometimes that could be really frustrating, because especially against Mardred, you can't push into it. You've got to wait for that healer to get to you. And that match really did ebb and flow a lot. We saw Zen drop down quite far on XP, and then was able to have this big push that Yin was able to defend fine with the Unholy Ground and the DPS that he had. But of course, all that time, because it's more difficult to back cap the bridges with the new bridge rules, Zen was able to catch up, and then that kind of repeated where Zen fell behind and then caught up and then eventually just closed the game out. So very, very powerful deck there. And the cleaver, we've seen the cleaver a lot in recent seasons, and it's being featured here again fairly substantially. Right, this is game number 3. Almost the tournament lives on the line at this point, I would say. Both players have lost a game so far. If they lose another one, they could well be out. Yin, King Puff, and Zen sticking with Apep. Looks like the same Apep deck. So straight away, when we look at this match from an overview, we know the bridge switch is going to be really important, because it can, of course, give a great stun. It can also split the healer from its target. But let's have a look. Okay, we've already seen one Mana Puff Madness deck. What are we going to see here? Another Azali Mana Puff Madness. Okay, there's the Execute from Mardred, but those Puffs have been alive for a while. And the problem here is, if you look at Zen's deck, it doesn't have a cheap way of just grabbing these Puffs. And these Puffs have stayed alive for a long, long time. Really needs to put some pressure on to shut these down, because that's a lot of mana that they're giving away. Madrid, of course, does struggle in this situation. The scrats are really bad for Madrid because just the way Madrid's execute works, he basically one-shots the scrats. So he never gets the execute to go off, so he never gets that fear. If he's fighting against the slightly tankier skeletons, then he is able to fear those. But the scrats, not so much. And we've got one Mana Puff still alive. Bridge switch comes in. This is, I think, yeah, I mean, I often do this against King Puff, is you kind of forget about it, and then suddenly all of your DPS is on the wrong side. We've got two heavy-hitting but single-target DPS melee units there that are just getting absolutely swamped. Look at all these scrats coming out. The puffs from the Mana Puff madness are following it up. And YkZen's going to be able to shut this down. I mean, maybe not. That's a lot of scrats. And that's just too much. That's the problem. When you have a heavy deck like YkZen's, you are not able to react quickly, and you just have to sit there with those puffs just popping away. Right, and then we see Yin taking the his second win of the day, 2-1. YkZen, the second loss of the day. They could well be out of the event. Well, they're not out of the event, but out of the top 4 contention, maybe. Okay, but very well played to both players. That was a very back and forth one. Yin switched decks, and it was able to deal with exactly what YkZen was trying to play. Looks like Set is starting game 3 against Silco. So let's see if we can jump into that quickly. Because that should be a good one. Set, of course, previous champion. Silco's done very well in the past. Set, do we have Silco here? Silco. We must have Silco somewhere, right? We might just have to look at this from just one player's perspective. We don't have both of them available. Okay. Right, just give me a second while I set this up. It's going to be a little bit headless chicken for a second. Right, let me just check. Do we have Silco on this account? Doesn't look like it. Okay, we're just going to go with one side. So it's one game all. Set against Silco, named the Lean Machine for whatever reason. We don't know what the bans were. We got a Bounty Sniper up there getting a little bit of value, but it is slowed and then frozen. Bounty Sniper can be very, very important. Needs to deal with it, though. Especially against Wrecked, you've got to be aware of the way Wrecked's going to jump and try to pick things off in the pocket. Doesn't want to allow that Bounty Sniper to die. Decent XP lead to start with from Set here. Slightly different deck than we've seen him play before. Oh, the Lee Machine. Maybe we don't have him because he's changed his name. Still don't see it. It's really helpful when people change their name. It's not. Right. Big Blue Dragon. Rimagal is on the field. Remember, Rimagal will freeze targets. And Rimagal does have true damage. So although the target is frozen, Rimagal's full DPS will be applied to it. Now, is Silco going to be able to come back? Or is he too far behind? Let's find out. How's Set going to deal with this dragon? Shen's going to lock it down. But that's a lovely unholy ground. Spins the Shen round. And that's really good reactions there from Silco. He was expecting something like that. Maybe even directly expecting the Shen. And the unholy ground, of course, spawns immediately. And that Shen was the answer to the dragon. The Shen is gone. And this is going to be so much DPS coming out from Silco here. Set is not going to be able to deal with this. And this whole game was determined, really, at that point, by that immediate unholy ground. And that was very, very well played by Silco. You've got to be, he must have been hovering that, ready to go. He knew what was going to be played, or had a very good idea of what was going to be played, and it got immediately shut down. And that's one of the strengths of the Unholy Ground. It does spawn that skeleton immediately now, as long as there's something in the vicinity of the spell. So it's way better now at instant aggroing things. And that was just the power of the Unholy Ground. Shen would have done a great job shutting that push down, or at least stalling a lot of the DPS. Well, okay. I know the names on the screen are wrong. But, right. So, let's just get this set up here. Just going to hide the names on the screen for a second. Actually, let me just change them. It's probably easier to do that. I need to make sure that I have Silco on an account somewhere. So that if necessary, we can spectate them in the future. So let's try and preempt that issue. I don't know, there's a different account? I don't know what it is. Right. Let's see if we can find them. Right, so just give us a second while we set this up, and we'll see where we're going in the next one. What's his name? The Lean Machine. It really does cause a lot of hassle when people change their bloody names. Okay. Okay, here he is. Add friends. Right. The players are asked to add the admins. I'm surprised why Silco's not on there. I may have removed him accidentally. I don't know. I do sometimes just randomly clear people off my friends list when it gets too full. But normally I just remove people that I know there's no reason for them to really be on there. But who knows? Maybe it's my fault. Maybe it's not. But let's resolve it. Okay. Right, so that should be... That should be probably the conclusion of the 4th round. Let's have a look. Okay, so let's bring this up quickly here. Okay, so this is where the standings get really interesting. So we've got Silco against Ficus. I think we're going to watch that. We've got Sentera against Yin, Westlin against Renzo, Set against Memfisto, Carl Bickford against YkZen, YkZen against Derezd, and Fruit and Garbage. Looks like they've got a bye in this round. If we look at the stand-ins, Silco is unbeaten. Ficus also unbeaten. And then we got Fruit and Garbage and Set also in the top 4. We'll have to see how this kind of goes out in the wash, because this is a 2-2 score, which is ahead of a 2-1 score. So it doesn't make sense at the moment, but I'm sure we'll figure it out as we go. But yeah, 2 losses are probably going to be too much to get into the top 4. We'll see how it shakes out. Right, so Ficus against Silco. Hopefully Silco accepted my friend's requests. Okay. So your name is different on my friends list than it is in-game. Like, how confusing is that? Now you're going to make me yell at you. Ficus in the other game. Right. Okay, good. No problem, no problem. We're good. Silco against Ficus. Okay. Okay, done. Right, okay, so we need bans here. So both of these players are unbeaten. They will probably both get into the top 4 unless they lose their next 2 matches, I would have thought. But we'll see how it shakes out. Right. So let's reset the score. Reminder, we will put this video up on YouTube tomorrow. So if you missed any of the action or you want to revisit it, check it out. Drop a YouTube sub. We're getting close to 2,000 subs, which is awesome. Really close to 2,000 subs. We're like at 1990 or something. Okay. We'll just wait for the bans. And then we can start to unpick this one. So are we going to see Wrecked? Wrecked's been banned a lot. Avea's been banned a lot. Fairly straightforward expected bans. But we've also seen some very different bans as well, which always keeps people on their toes. So whilst we're waiting, again, there should be a pinned message at the top of the chat. So if you want to get, if you want to follow along the brackets behind as we go from home, you can do. This, of course, is Team Mana Frenzy and BetaDwarf's Night's Duel number 24. 2 years of these awesome events. Thanks for everyone who supported it. Thanks for everyone that's been in it. Thanks for everyone that's helped with it. And thanks to you guys at home for watching, of course. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about the... Okay, why is this not dark mode? Where's the dark mode? I did have dark mode for this. Dark mode. Okay. Looks like that's going to work. Right. Yep. I mean, sometimes the way the standings work are a bit weird, but they normally come out okay at the end. I mean, they haven't lost every... I mean, you mean they lost 2 matches and then they got 2 buys. We'll figure it out. Don't worry. Why are the standings all messed up here? Oh, it's a bug with the nickname, is it? So you mean I can't yell at Silco? Sag. Right, so the players have been a little bit slow with their bans, so chop, chop, chop. Let's get that done. They will get yelled at for that. So this, I think, is going to be a close game. The bans are likely to be very important. Okay, so apparently the reason that guy's... I say that guy... Let's use their name. Apparently, Fruit and Garbage is showing us third because they get a bye in this round. They've already got their points for this round, whereas all the other players haven't got their points for this round yet. So, I mean, I guess it's just an example of don't look at the standings and take the standings with a pinch of salt until everyone's finished their matches, right? Okay, thanks for clearing that up, Sinobii. So once this round is over, this is the 4th round of 5, things should settle down. Okay. Just type this in the chat. Okay, that should confirm that, and in 3 minutes you'll hear me confirm it. After reading that. Okay, so still waiting on the bans. Hopefully this is going to be a good one. Hopefully it's going to be worth waiting for. But if we talk about players that have had 2 losses... so what are we looking at? Sets. Okay. So Kiko players, Derez, Carl Bickford, Zen, as we saw in the last one, Harm, Nigerville, and Rex have had 2 or more losses. So they're unlikely to get to the top 4. So it's looking like Silco and Ficus are going to both be in the top 4. So it's really going to be close. So we've got the top 4 are going to go through, and we've got Silco, Ficus, Set, Yin, Renzo, Sentera, Westlin, Memfisto. So we've got 9 players fighting for 4 spots at the moment. So that could be very interesting. So we'll have a better idea after this round. And then we'll have 1 round left of the Swiss to see who can get through. So some people might fall away. I mean, some of the 9 will probably fall away after this one. They'll get their 2nd loss, and they won't be able to really get into that top 4. So, and then we'll have maybe down to 6 for the top 4 in the next round. I don't know. Follow along at home if you want to. Okay, for some reason, some of these players, even the experienced players, are slow as F. So we'll give them the time, but try to speed it along. Apologies for the delays. So we were talking about the change to Milloween, of course. We haven't seen any Milloween yet today, or any bans. So again, I'm not entirely sure whether that's people don't think she's strong enough, or people... Let me rephrase that. Maybe people don't think she's strong enough, but that might be based on what they read or what they tried. So I think a lot of people read the changes and called her dead. But I had some really good games against some real top players with it. Still seems okay. Volko, of course, as we saw, gets the rage earlier in the game now. So those cleavers can be devastating all the way from perk 1 onwards. Cage Prowler got changed. Apep got a small attack speed nerf. Chain Lightning got a nerf. The futures. We don't really see the futures too much in tournaments because, you know, RNG is a little bit devastating sometimes, especially in the tournaments. Mordor got a tombstone delay. Rocket Scrat, and of course Walking Blind Date did get nerfed, but then we had to ban it because of the bug. Codazor says, do Twitch drops no longer work? Not currently. They are broken. Hopefully they will get fixed at some point, but they are currently broken. Right, we've got some bans coming in. So Silco bans Wrecked. Let's get this on the right screen for you. Okay, so Silco has banned Wrecked, Defenso Chopper, and Avea. Fairly standard. Defenso Chopper suggests some melee in his deck that we don't really want to deal with that. And then, so that was Silco's ban. Silco's the player 1, yep. And then Ficus has banned Apep, Beam of Doom, and Bannerman. Okay, so Apep, Beam of Doom of Bannerman, Rex, Defenso Chopper, and Shield Captain Avea. Yes, it's been broken for ages, unfortunately. Hopefully it will get fixed, but we don't know. The devs did increase the frequency of the prize games that you get as playing, so you should be able to complete the Tri-Team Tourney with the keys just by playing yourself. It kind of screws streamers over, but it is what it is. We can't do anything about that. Right, so sorry for the little delay, but we're almost ready to go here. So Ficus and Silco. Looks like Silco might be restarting his game. Okay, looks like that's correct. Silco's correct. Ficus correct. Okay, we're ready! Right. So let's reset the score. 0-0. This is round 4. Okay, so what is this match likely to decide? Both of these players should get into the top 4, unless the Wills really run off their tournament. If they lose this match and the next one, they could drop out. But let's find out. Whoever wins this is pretty much guaranteed top 4. And of course, the higher in the top 4 you place, the better you get seeded in the top 4. Silence says the time to learn her. Yes, so that's the thing. Milloween, the change is very, very recent. So maybe people felt they didn't want to try to learn the new way of playing her and just stick with what they know. Yep. And here we go. Okay, so we're still in the Swiss event. We've got a great match for you here. Both these players unbeaten so far today. That will change. We've got Silco against Ficus. There we go. Right. Let's just bring this up on my screen so I can see what's going on. Okay, so we've got King Puff against Apep. This pen sucks. Right. So we've got some Outlander tech to start with for King Puff, for Silco, and Ficus. As we saw before, he's going to play a Slither deck. He's got the statue in there. He's got Herald Our Moon. But let's see how Silco can deal. This game's really going to be about how Silco can deal with the Herald Our Moon. What's up, FDM? So far, so good. We're in the 4th round here of 5 Swiss. Both of these players unbeaten so far. So he's going to have the TAS and the Hellfire to potentially help him out here. Nice bridge switch. Blood Imps are going to get a little bit punished here. Not going to achieve too much, but it looks like the Blood Imps at the top tanked. So that's the power of the Blood Imps. Just cheap pressure on both bridges. And we know Ficus got a big push coming. But he's burning mana here. Not sure what to do. Okay, Silco was ready for that. Had the mana, got the TAS down, and absolutely shredded the Herald immediately before he was able to res it. So Silco may have been paying attention to... He saw... As soon as you see the chain gang, I think, you know there's some kind of slitherness going on. And if you're familiar with Ficus, then you've got a good idea of what it's going to be. So that was a really good trade for Silco. Let's see how the match progresses. A bit of an XP lead here at the moment. The bat getting some good value. He's going to kill... It's going to specify what it was going to kill, but it's just going to kill everything. Right, those bats really being a pain. Enraged as well. That one bat angry. Sometimes these bats just last a long time. Still getting value. That's just one bat that's going to go around being such a pain until it gets too close. And then it gets murdered. Right. XP kind of the same. Ficus seems to be indecisive. And here we see the same counter. Looks like he's waiting to see if Ficus plays more to get extra value. Keeping the pressure on. You know, sometimes with removal spells, you don't necessarily want to use them immediately. You want to hold them, you want to wait. See if you get more value from it. Okay, there's the res. Full HP res. Looks like Herald is going to be a little bit too slow, but then it's slowed down here. The Nats are going to be good here, especially with the shield. There's going to be some good pressure, though, from the statue coming out here. Okay. Herald goes down. Siegebreaker is dead. Pressure still on. Statue doing some good damage. XP coming back into Ficus's favour. We know how powerful the Night Puffs can be. Of course, they did get changed somewhat recently. They have basically no HP and a shield, as opposed to the 50 HP they had before. But here's a switch. And Silco knows that the Herald Armoon is the thing he needs to be most worried about. If he can deal with that, then he's going to be okay. And this is a lot of DPS coming out, and he's just got a great deck to deal with it. And you know, did he specifically tech this because he had an idea of what Ficus was going to play? Right. Here's the push. Silco is slightly ahead on XP. Good to see the Siegebreaker. It was really underwhelming when it first came out, but it's really powerful with those Nats supporting it. Right, here comes Ficus's counter push. Silco needs to be a little careful with those Blood Imps. No real way to punish them, but Silco is dropping down on HP here. The pressure coming out. Silco down to 300 HP. Remember, health is a resource, but it's not unlimited. He does hold. He does have a heal puff. That heal puff's likely to get a bit of value at the bottom there. He isn't able to shut it down. And that's going to be frustrating for Ficus. He really wants to stop that heal. Okay, the Rammer's going to be nice here. Rammer, his perk 3 Rammer comes out, puts some pressure on the TAS. The TAS goes down. A Herald res could be huge here. That Rammer was massive. Shut down the TAS. Going to get some pressure out. No Herald res. He had no slithers there, but the statue. Can he kill this statue? The statue's one hit away. Ficus. That game looked like it was determined by that Rammer. That Rammer, his perk 3 free card, the random Rammer. Not only was it able to shut down the TAS, it was also able to hit face, which just pushed him over, I think. He may have been able to deal with that had he not taken that Rammer here. And that's just one of Apep's things, right? Sometimes you get exactly what you want at exactly the right time, and your teammate is screaming, your opponent is screaming into a pillow. Right. It looked like Silco had that in the bag, to be honest, before that Rammer popped out. But it just goes to show how difficult that deck is to deal with the slithers. Because Silco had a really good deck to deal with it. A lot of range, removal as well, but it was still that statue. He just wasn't able to DPS down that statue. He had great answers for the Herald, the statue not so much. And that Rammer, sometimes you just have to say, just Apep things. Just Apep things. Okay, so Ficus takes that first game. We're still in the best of 3, remember? So, still work to be done by both players. We've definitely seen it in the past. Back in the day where Apep could give a Blast Monster when a Blast Monster was 4 HP. Sometimes you get that when it's exactly what you need. Sometimes you get a bounty sniper when you're behind on XP and they don't have a counter for it. But of course, the way Apep's perks work now is that each time you get it, it's not the same as it was before. I think it's like a choice of 5 or 7 that it cycles through. So he got the Rammer, but then the next one he got would have been something different. So the RNG kind of levels out a little bit. You don't get the perfect thing over and over again. But the fact that you get a different thing each time makes it even more difficult for your opponent to deal with, because they don't know what they're going to deal with next, right? Back in the day, if your opponent got that Rammer, you know that Rammer's then something that you need to be aware of to deal with. Whereas now, when it's different each time, it really can take you by surprise. And we saw that there. Right. So now it's going to be interesting to see if the players stick or switch. Because Silco seems to have a good setup. I think he can win that. He just got kind of unlucky with that rammer. Ficus does really like to play that slither kind of stuff. So I would not be surprised to see that again. So Silco's got to keep that in mind, that he may face that similar deck again. And going forward, I wouldn't be surprised to see, if the situation arises, to see some bans to shut that strat down from Ficus. Just ban Herald Our Moon. Don't fuck around with it. Run a Defenso Chopper or something. Yep, just the power of APEP there. Just too much. Is APEP currently too strong? We saw in my meta video from last season, APEP was everywhere on the leaderboards. Not so much this season, but who knows? We'll try and do a meta review in a week or so. Have a snapshot look at the leaderboards and see what is showing on there. But definitely from what I've seen this season so far, APEP still strong, but not 50% of a leaderboard strong. And APEP, of course, did get kind of a slap on the wrist in the last patch, but it was just his auto attack, which doesn't change the value that he's getting from his perks, which is really a large part of his value proposition. Right. Okay, so we are seeing Ficus 1-0 up against Silco here. Let's see if Silco can fight back, see if they stick or switch. Always nice to see the players using the broken avatar for the tournament. Really respectful. Right. Wrecked against APEP. And as anticipated, it's the same as we saw before. From Ficus. From Silco, we've got an Empyrean-based deck. We've got Ardera in there, very strong DPS, and of course will buff close units to her when she dies. Gives everything close to her range. And if they're Empyrean, which most of them, if not all of them, are going to be, will also give them a Divine Shield. Did I say 4 HP? 4 mana. Sorry, sometimes I don't get everything correct when I'm doing this on my own. Okay, so we need somehow to tank this. This is difficult because you've got to try to deal with the statue as well as the herald. He's doing a good job so far. Took a bit of face damage, but health as always. It's a resource. And here he can push back, try to get on the bridges. We got a City Watch situation. There you see the Legionnaire spawning at the tower immediately. That's just shuffled in as his next card. Okay, so we're just going to have these kind of lulls from Ficus where he's building up mana, trying to do his next push. What Silco wants to do is keep the pressure on so that it makes it difficult for Ficus to set up these pushes. Or if he does set up these pushes, that they really don't get too much value. Ghast comes out of the blind date. I said we wouldn't see Ghast today. I was wrong. The RNG gods have delivered. There's an impetus in there. Not sure what they were killing. The bat's being a pain here. Decent DPS coming out. Silco getting a good XP lead all of this time. And the next push is coming. Right, there's the statue. He's going to tank. It's dying pretty quickly, though. Half HP gone already. Right, the slithers are on the field. That means the Herald can res. Okay, really wants that DPS to get onto that Herald as quickly as possible. Or the Herald does get a good kill off, and that's a little bit of a misplay from Silco there. Looked like he had it handled. The Herald does kill the Ardera, so he is going to take some damage here that he really didn't need to, but that just goes to show that's really difficult to deal with. And it can be hugely punishing. Right. So he puts the totem down there to keep everything on the bridge, try to get the rocket's scrat value, but the rocket scrat does get shut down. It does have that reduced range now, so it doesn't trade quite as well as it needs to. Mana being burnt from Ficus at the moment, trying to set up the push that he knows he wants and needs. Perk 3 for Silco, though, is going to give him his One Punch Blast, which could be a really good way of getting rid of the Herald. So it looks like he's trying to impetus it. The Herald doesn't seem to move. The Herald is not mythic, so I'm not sure if he's just misplaying that or what, but this statue's not even going to get to the bridge. The totem's already been used. Ardera drops the Divine Shield Bomb. And this looks like Silco has the answer here. Herald goes down. Okay, 100 HP left. And an XP lead for Silco. Silco in a strong position to level this game up 1 game all. That Ardera DPS. 60 DPS she does. Same as a Cleaver. Obviously does it in a very different manner. But just to give you an idea, it's a very strong DPS unit. And the One Punch Blast, he will be looking... There's the impetus that he wanted. The One Punch Blast shuts that down. And his perk 3 was the perfect counter there. Did a great job. He knows that the Herald Armoon is the thing that he needs to handle, the thing he needs to kill. And that's brought the game, the match, the set... back to 1-1. And now he's definitely got the answer for Ficus's deck there. The interesting thing now will be, will Ficus go again with the same strat? Because that the Herald, if you've got the right way of dealing with it, it's handleable. If you don't, it's just going to murder you. And will punish you for any tiny little misplays in positioning. But there we see the power of the One Punch Blast. Remember, the One Punch Blast does 250 damage. This is Rex perk 3. In a straight line. It has true damage, so it ignores shields. And it's a line nuke, so it does damage to multiple units in a line until all of that 250 damage is consumed. But of course, if it just hits one thing, that's max damage! That's a lot of damage to that one unit. And we've seen how powerful that can be to remove things that are really difficult to deal with. And it's also a good way of doing some face damage as well. Okay. So, we are 1 game all. We're going to go into the decider. As mentioned, both these players really in a good position to get to the top 4. But if whoever loses this, if they lose their last game in the 5th round, then they could suddenly find themselves spat straight back out. So all to play for sure. If we look at what's going on elsewhere, Sentera has beaten Yin. So that means that looks like that's Yin's 2nd loss. So Yin's going to struggle to get through. Renzo has beaten Westlin. Again, I think that's another loss for Westlin, so he's going to struggle to get through. Set against Memfisto still going on. And Carl Bickford beating Zen. Kiko Claire's beating Derez. Fruit and Garbage, as we saw, getting a bye. So, as it stands, Renzo Colonna is currently in 1st place. But that's not the full story. Does the stun stop the wrecked ability? I'm not exactly sure, to be honest. I think the general consensus is that abilities can't be stunned, but then there's some outliers that might be that with the wrecked. I'm not sure. Because remember, back in the day, you could stun Ratbo's Daka, whereas now you cannot. So it seems like maybe you can, but if you can, it might be a bug, it might be a feature, I don't know. The Shadow Dance. I mean, you can't stop the Shadow Dance because it's already happened before. You mean if he's stunned? I don't know, actually. I don't know. I'm not sure what happens if you try to Shadow Dance whilst he is stunned. That's an interesting question. Quite easy to test. There we go. Someone go into a challenge match, test it out. I mean, you may have seen it. A lot of things happen very quickly in these games. Okay, so we are waiting for the third game in this best of 3. Thanks for the raid, Kryptonius Rex. Kryptonius Rex has been participating in this event today, I believe. So big shout out to them for supporting the event, being in it, and streaming and raiding. Let's go. Right, thanks so much. Get you a shout out. Much love. Oh, it's really nice and warm here in London today. Let's have a look. Your nice and warm and my nice and warm might be different, depending on where you're from. But 21 degrees feels like 21 degrees. We like that. It's going to be a nice weekend to sit inside and play video games. Right, what are we waiting for? Ficus, Silco's deck building, so maybe a little undecided about what he wants to do, what he wants to play. Right, we're loading in. Is Ficus going to play the same strat? That's the first question. Let's see. So it's a different master. Is it going to be the same setup? Doesn't look like it. Bring up the second player's hand. Okay, so it looks like Ficus is going for an Empyrean-based deck with Ardera that we saw Silco play previously. So we got Stormbringer and Morelia. The Caged Prowler. I'm not really sure about that Chain Lightning. What did it achieve? Didn't achieve a bridge. Wouldn't have even shut down the Prowler if it had hit it. So that seemed kind of a misplay, Chain Lightning. Didn't achieve really anything. So the Prowler takes longer to spawn now and will take less damage, over 120 damage to shut it down, where it used to be over 132 or 3. Oof. I'm not sure if he had the impetus available then, but he would have loved to impetus her out. But remember, you can't impetus her out because she's mythic, which is kind of awkward. I would like to see a better solution. The mythic is to stop her shielding other Arderas, which just gets kind of out of control. But of course, it gets the awkward situation where you can't impetus blast her and stuff like that. Right, where's the spirit going? The spirit's going on the Ardera, which is not exactly where he wants, but the spirit's going to pop. The Ardera pops, rages, and shields the shield bearer. This is going to be... Okay, so now that's a good Chain Lightning. The first one was not great. FDM confirming in the chat. FDM, of course, one of the developers working on Minion Masters regarding the stun situation. With regards to the abilities. It's always kind of tricky if you have stuff that's inconsistent. Like, if you just have the rule that just says all abilities are unstunnable, then it makes it super easy for new players learning things. You don't have to... You just learn the rule. You don't have to learn the rule and the exceptions. Right, both players have done a lot of face damage. Silco is ahead on XP at the moment. Well, this is going to be a great stun. ATG drone absolutely shredding. Ardera's going to die. Oh, she doesn't die until almost everything else is dead, so her buff is kind of irrelevant. Oh my goodness, that's a huge mistake from Ficus. Remember, Chain Lightning has a reduced range of its jump, but it's been like that for a couple of seasons. So he should be used to the range of that, and there was no need to spawn it so far away. That was a massive mistake. We've seen 2 Chain Lightning misplays. The first one just seemed like a value misplay. That was just a full-out misplay. And that's going to have cost him the game for sure. Wow. Okay, so Silco takes that. And, I mean, Ficus is going to be disappointed for sure with regards to that. Okay, so Silco, oh, weird transition there. Silco takes it by 2-1. So Ficus is now on 1 loss. So he's going to have to win his next game to remain in the event, I think. Right, so 2-1 to Silco. Some very strange plays with the Chain Lightning. I don't know if they had some lag or anything like that, but that Chain Lightning missing everything, we really shouldn't be seeing that from these top players. Hey Glutes, welcome to the stream. Appreciate you being here. Okay, so we got set against Memfisto that is apparently going into game 3. So let's see if we can get that set up for you. Okay. Just need to restart the other game. Right. So it's APEP against Memfisto. Sorry, APEP against Rekt, I guess, since there's no one there. So this is 1 game all. Sorry. XP pretty level at the moment. Battle Monkey's going to be a little bit tricky for him to deal with until he drops the Defenso Chopper, which is just going to neutralize it. Okay. Come on. Okay, so the Defenso Chopper really good against those melee units. We've got the Bounty Sniper, which could get some good value here. He's trying to Chain Lightning this, so he's trying to kill before it wolfs. He gets really unlucky there that the last one is the wolf. The beam's going to clear that and hold the bridge, so I think we quite like that. Okay. Right. Trying to juggle 8 things at once. So whose perk 3 is going to be most impactful? We saw how powerful Rekt's perk 3 was in the last game to remove something very specific. Might not be quite so important in this one. Okay. Trying to get Memfisto's hand up. Had to restart my game. Okay, again, a big beam. Keeping the pressure on. Right, perk 3. Is it going to be the value proposition of APEP just being too much? Let's find out. There's a good counter push from Memfisto. Got some good weight on the field. Oh, it looked like it was just out of range there. The one-punch blast from the Rekt effectively did nothing, I don't think. We'll check how this impacts the overall standings in a minute. He's going to have to use Shen, I think, here to deal with the Battle Monkey. Doesn't want to trigger it too much unless it's stunned. XP still almost level. This is going to be a close one. That Bounty Sniper could be huge. He's beaming the Bounty Sniper, which, I mean, that's a massive, expensive beam. Does some face damage, removes the Bounty Sniper, but he's going to lose control of the field a little bit here. What do you guys think? Is that a big brain beam or a little brain beam? Maybe he realizes that he just has no counter for the Bounty Sniper, and if he doesn't beam it, it's just going to sit there and just farm. Okay, XP still level. Set taking some face damage. Stint grabs the bottom bridge. Memfisto can get some value with this Battle Monkey if he's able to play it away from the Shen and away from the Defenso. And again, here comes the Bounty Sniper. Not going to get a kill there. Triggers the Wolf. The Battle Monkey's going to go ham here for a little bit. Does get shut down. Bounty Sniper, can he survive? He knows he really wants to keep that alive. He saw Shen was, Set was so worried about it. And again, there's the beam. Doesn't quite get everything. Does get the bounty sniper. And Set's got a small XP lead going in to almost double Mana Frenzy here. That chain's going to be great. Clears that up. No tech for the stint to grab the bottom bridge, but he knows he needs to take that top one. Still a small XP lead for Set here. And it's going to be very important at this point. He's got Kernaf from his perk 3, but he doesn't have any spells to trigger it, so it's just kind of like a fat elite swarmer. And here we go. Perk 3. Bottom bridge is going to be held by blue for a little bit from Set. But the wreck jumps on it momentarily. It's going to be taken back. The Whirly's going to do a good job clearing the bottom. The bounty sniper can be huge in this situation. Okay, looked like he didn't go face with the beam there. I think he was worried about the bounty sniper moving, and he knew he had to make sure he killed that. Right, bridges have been blue for a little bit here. Remember, Mana Frenzy turns XP from the bridges into mana. Battle Monkey getting some good value at the bottom, gets shut down by the Defenso Chopper. And this is still all to play for. Set knows he just has to allow the face damage to happen. He's got to really concentrate on the bridges to deal with this. Battle Monkey getting some good value out there, but the bridge does stay blue at the bottom. Right, Memfisto fighting back. The bounty sniper getting some value. It is kind of behind enemy lines at the moment, but it's really feels bad having to beam the bounty sniper. Oh, the misplay there with the Grenadier. Bounty sniper does go down, but then here comes the power push back. Set having to defend deeply, which is going to stop the face damage. Gets the bridge grab with the stun. He wishes that Battle Monkey, that Shen was a Battle Monkey for him. But it looks like Memfisto is going to take this and close this game out here. Just too much pressure. Not able to get a bridge. All the small units just getting smorked by the clones. That Defenso Chopper's going to go down, and it looks like Memfisto has taken this game. He looked like he was on the brink. He's going to come back. Set's going to be beaten here. Memfisto takes this by 2-1, and there is just the power of the Wrecked. Those clones, all that DPS, the one-punch blast, really powerful. Okay. For reference, Memfisto banned Wrecked, Lone Wolf, and Zealots. That's definitely, the Zealots definitely something that Set probably would have played. Definitely, probably. Wrecked, not really so sure. Set banned Apep, Zeppelins, and Reboomer. Wow. Okay. That was a close one. And I think we've seen in the past Memfisto do a similar thing, coming back against Mana Frenzy with his Wrecked decks. Right, so we've got one more round to go. So it would be remiss, one of those, to not look at the standings to see who is where and who needs what. So let's grab this up on the screen. Okay, so are these standings up to date? Let's hit a refresh. I got the dark mode working, so that's good. Right, so this is the overall standings at the moment. Really, we're just looking here, the sets. These are the kind of the matches. So Silco has got an unbeaten record, 4 wins, 0 losses. And then we've got Renzo, Ficus, Sentera, and Memfisto, all on 3 wins and 1 loss. So, remember, we're looking at the top 4. So Sentera is 3-1. Kyle is 2-2. So that's 3-2, 3-2. Okay. So it looks like we're going to do Sentera against Kyle for the last match. The winner of this will probably advance. You think the original Wrecked has too much HP for a ranged unit on the field? That's definitely one of his strengths. Right. Let's get set up for this. Okay, so Sentera against Kyle. Let's see who we've got to spectate. So Kyle is here. Okay, Sentera's on both. Kyle is here. Okay, so Sentera here as well. Yes, nice. Okay, so Sentera, check. Kyle, check. Right, so we just need to wait for the players to give us their bans. So let's clear this. Switch to our ban screen. Right. Okay, RB. Don't go anywhere. Unless you need to. It's allowed. Second cup of coffee of the day. Things are about to get interesting. Right. So we're still waiting on the bans. I assumed that by the time I got back it would all be good, but of course it's bloody not. Right, so let's remind ourselves. Sentera against Kyle. So similar records, and the winner has a chance of going through. The loser definitely won't to the top 4 when we get our best of 5. So this is the 5th round. Okay, did we set this up correctly? 0-0, round 5. Nice. Okay, I'm pretty much ready to go. We got some typing action. Could be something going on. We do have a giveaway running, by the way. We'll do it at the end of the stream. Make sure you get in it. If you're new to the stream, make sure you hit the follow button. You do need to be a follower to qualify. And that's the command. Oh, Nightbot entered the giveaway. Nice. Okay. Players are making a decision. They are thinking. Insert thinking emoji. We do have FDM in the chat, one of the Minion Masters developers. So if you've got any questions you want to raise, respectfully, you can do so. And if he's still here, he might answer them. Yeah. Season cards are always banned. Partially because some people might not have them, and partially because we don't know what state they're going to be in. Right. Ban information coming in. So, player 1. Who's player 1? Oh, I haven't set the names up right. Sentera. Sitting here waiting. Haven't even done it. And Kyle Bickford. Right. So, Sentera's bans are wrecked. Bats. We saw this earlier. What do we think of these bans? These bans seem very, very specific. Kyle is banning Bolko. Did I say Kyle is banning Bolko? Kyle is banning Volko, Shen, and Arcane Bolt. So that means he's likely to be playing something that's very Arcane Bolt vulnerable, like a Zip, maybe. Maybe, I don't know. Just thinking out loud. Right, so wrecked, bats, Azog, Volko, Shen, and Arcane Bolt. Okay. The bats one, it's kind of a weird one. Does this guy just have like a bat phobia? I don't know. Maybe. It's like in Satisfactory, if you're scared of spiders, you can click a setting and it turns all the spiders into cats or something. Right. Okay, we should be good to go. Kyle ready, Sentera ready, Fish. Gladiators ready. No, it's contestants ready first, right? Contestants ready. Anyone remember the Gladiator TV show? Used to love watching that when I was younger. Contestants ready. Is there a PCR this weekend? I don't know. I don't think I'd seen it. Right. Here we go. We're loading into the first game.
The fight is on.
Still best of 3. Excuse me. That was a really crumbly biscuit, and I'm going to cough for days now. Right. Ravager. Aggro. Ravager. Aggro. Does 2 lots of aggro counter each other out? Let's find out. So we got the Void Altar for Sentera. Can he get value out of it? I've heard that called a 7-mana wall a lot this season. Often in this matchup, you want your perk 1 to be secondary, because you then get to defend with your Brutus against their Brutus. But then the Brutus passing like ships in the night. There's going to be a lot of DPS. The stint is misplayed. A lot of the anti-air getting murdered. And that's a raged Brutus at the top. Sentera's Brutus dying a lonely death. But the push is still going on from Kyle. These matches can hugely change in how they play out, depending on whether the Brutuses go down the same lane or not. Okay, nice stop. The bats could be annoying here, but let's see if he can get any value from the Void Altar. He'll definitely get one in the middle. I feel like he could have stopped that one. No, he couldn't. He didn't have any mana. So one thing's out. But we saw earlier how powerful Urklaw can be with the Berserker Rage. Does need to get shut down. Assassin at the bottom is enraged. Absolutely shreds. Goes to pick up with the flyby. Doesn't get it. Needs to be careful with the Assassin at the bottom. Okay, looks like he got full value out of that. So he's going to be able to fight back here. Sentera doing a good job, but he is very low on HP at the moment. Okay, so some good DPS coming out, but it's going to need defending well. Ravager, of course, very short range, can't hit this ranged air, so it does need to be dealt with, and that's, again, something you need to consider when you're making your Ravager decks. Same with when you're making Volko decks. The fact he can't hit air at all. Right. Sentera needs to be super careful, though. He's very low HP. Not any real direct face damage from Kyle. Oh, I feel like he's misplayed that again. You've got to be so careful. And then he's cost him another spell to deal with that. The taunt helping there. She's going to jump back. Does she take enough damage to die? No, I feel like he should have re-aggroed and kept her alive. Okay, look how much damage that Urklaw does, though. These air units really causing Sentera a lot of problems. Only has some weak anti-air. And seems to get punished. Uses the impetus to get them onto face so Ravager can hit them. That's a nice little play, but he needs to be careful. Dropping very low HP. That Marine just popping away 10 HP at a time. Perk 3 is going to be scary. Does he get anything out? This could just be too little too late. Doesn't look like he's going to get anything else out of this 7-mana wall. And the Terror Brutus is coming. He should get his own Terror Brutus to defend. If he survives, he's not going to. Kyle Bickford takes the first game 1-0 in the Ravager versus Ravager mirror matchup. Void also one of those cards that can spiral out of control or can do very little. And just the air units there for Kyle was too much for Sentera. Sentera had a lot of weak anti-air and really didn't play them quite well enough where they kept getting picked off. Just, of course, then you just had the situation where you've got these ranged units shredding your tower and Brutus is just standing there looking at them. Not Brutus, Ravager, sorry. Standing there looking at them because he's only got short little arms, like a T-Rex. We saw some nice impetus blasts to get things onto face so Ravager could shut them down. But too little too late. His perk 3 was about to spawn, but I don't think it would have changed anything. That Terror Brutus wouldn't really have helped too much. Would have got DPS down very quickly. So, remember, hold on, have I got the names wrong? Wait. Did I not save this? Oh, I changed the name, I forgot to save the file, so it didn't update. Sorry! My bad. Difficult to read, the preview is so small on my screen. Right, sorry. So, Kyle Bickford taking that first game. We got to see the Void Ripper Ravager skin. Always a nice time to see that. I'd love to see the Brutus and the Terror Brutus having a similar theme to the Master skin. I think that'd be cool. I think we've seen quite a lot of Void Altar on the ladder this season, but it's really one of those cards that can get shut down. And that's when it is the 7-mana wall. Remember, the winner of this one is likely to go through to the top 4. Can we look at the standings as they are currently? Do we have any matches completed? Okay, Westlin got a DQ win for some reason. The Res got a bye, so that's going to mess up the standings until everyone's completed. Yeah, Urklaw's really strong. Does have that knockback. The Berserker Rage. Really does, excuse my French, fuck. Okay, so remember, there should be a pinned message at the top of the chat so you can follow along at home. So Sentera's got a 3-1 winning streak. Winning record, sorry. And Kyle is 2-2. It's really close. Hey, Kiroax! No, Milloween was not destroyed. She was just changed. She was rebalanced. I still think she's decent. We haven't seen her at all today, though. I think players might be too scared to play it. We got some pings somewhere. I'm not sure who's pinging who. Rex, Bats, Azor, Volcushion, Arcane Bolt. Okay. Right. Stormbringer against Valorian. I think Valorian we're seeing a lot more this season. So we've got Ruby in there. We've got Mana Puff Madness. We've got some good support. Okay, that healer is being a little bit of a pain. Kind of almost out DPS in the DPS. Almost out heal DPS in. Out heal PS in. Out HPS in. Right. So, Caliph gets pretty murdered there, whilst I was kind of choking on my tongue. This is going to be some good damage coming out from Sentera here. The Mana Puffs as well. Kyle in a difficult position. Needs to defend his face, but also needs to put pressure on the bridges. Shielded Mana Puffs as well. How does Kyle deal with this? I don't think he does. A healer in the pocket is probably not exactly what he needs. This is going to be GG. Sentera's brought this back 2 games, 1 game all. Sorry about my coughing. Had a really, really crumbly biscuit. It's killing me. Should probably not eat the other one. Right. 1 game all. Game on. That was a quick one. That's what she said. I'm not exactly sure what happened to the Caliph. I didn't see the Caliph shield trigger at all. If something maybe triggered it and then the shield was on cooldown where it got absolutely murdered. Not sure. But that was just, you know, Carl was in such a difficult position. He needed to defend face and stop the bridges. Couldn't do either. The Mana Puffs were just popping away. Didn't have any good options. Right. 1 game all. Game on. Sentera fighting back. Fighting for his life. In this game, of course. The winners are not exterminated. Sorry, the losers are not exterminated. That would have been a good joke had I not messed it up. Standard. Now, I wonder if we'll see Sentera stay with that same deck, because he really, really crushed with it. And then I wonder if we'll see Kyle be worried about that deck, play something to start having some better ways of dealing with the Ruby. Now, remember... So Kyle, let's think back. Kyle did ban the Arcane Bolt. What did Kyle play? He played the Ravager deck. The Ravager deck. It was kind of weird. Because his Ravager deck had a lot of small air units in, which the Arcane Bolt won't touch. The Shen would have been difficult. I'm not sure. It seems like a weird ban considering what he decided to play. But maybe it'll all make sense in Game 3. Who knows? The story has not been completed yet. So if you just joined us, this is Team Mana Frenzy and BetaDwarf's Knights Duel number 24. There's a $400 prize pool. Thanks for the sponsors, supporters for that. And we are in the 5th and final round of the Swiss part of this event. Once this round is completed, we'll be able to see our top 4, and then we'll go into our top 4 elimination shootout. It'll switch to best of 5, and we will then have conquest rules, which are that you cannot play a master once you've won with it. Well, you say the Frostfeather Flyby. I believe he did use the Frostfeather Flyby and didn't get any that he was aiming for. So I'm not sure. I feel like there is a small amount of variance in exactly where the souls can spawn. So you can't always, if they spawn on the outside of their sort of spawn area, then maybe you can't pick them up. The crumbly biscuits are the best, but not when they're in your throat. Right! Is this... So, looks like Sentera's sticking with the same deck. Carl's going back to the deck he had some luck. Not luck, let's say success with in the opening game. If Kyle figures out that he is against the same deck, then he knows that the Ruby is going to be there. We haven't seen the Ruby yet, but I'm just assuming there it is. Okay, so the Ruby is going to be something he's going to need to deal with. I'm not sure about this. He's playing the Ruby into the Assassin, but he goes for the shot on the Assassin, doesn't miss it, so that's good. But let's see. Okay, the Brutus comes down the bottom. Air units. Oh, the hill there could be massive, though. Do these guys out DPS the hill? Yes, they do. Kyle may have played a little early into that situation. He's going to have some very strong DPS here. But of course, his perk one's getting shut down. Sentera's getting a good XP lead at this point. These Razor squadrons will probably clear most of it up. Not quite. But the bridges did go red for a little bit there. I think I would have liked to see Kyle allowed all of the DPS to lock onto the Brutus before trying to keep his units alive. He did have the heal, of course, but the heal wasn't enough. Right. So the bridges are for Sentera. He does have the Puffs alive, so the Disruptor Puff and the Squire Puff. Right, here comes the Mana Puff madness. We know how important this section of the game could be, but he's doing so much face damage at this time. Those Razor squadrons absolutely shredding. The Puffs are alive for a good while. Sometimes you just have to accept you're going to lose. I don't like this. I don't like playing into this. He's not going to save any of the Puffs, and his tank just takes so much unnecessary damage. Could have just played it at the bottom and then just killed everything at the top with the tank. Ultimately might not matter, but that tank took a load of damage that it didn't need to. One of the cannons is locked onto face, as you can see there. And the taunt is not pulling that cannon off of face. Why is that taunt not pulling that cannon off of face? Is that taunt too far away from that cannon? The cannon on the left-hand side of Ruby, which was the closest to face, was locked onto face and was not getting taunted off. What do we think? Taunt has a range of 5. So maybe the distance between the bear and the tank's cannon. Because remember, the 2 tank cannons on either side are independent. They will aggro independently. So that was kind of weird to see, but potentially just range things. Just range things. But it did aggro. Did it aggro? So the question is, did it taunt the right hand one, or did that just aggro naturally? Because that could be a kind of an awkward setup there. I think it might just be a range thing. I'm not sure really what 5 range looks like. But it's not very much, right? So it could have just been out of range there. And it looked like he was going to be able to hold that push. He did have the heal. He had the Urclaw, but he just wasn't able to get that damn cannon off his face. Right, we may have another match to switch to. Silco against Memfisto looks like it's still going on. Let's have a little look. There may have been a delay with getting that started, which may help us get into it. Silco is currently unbeaten. Memfisto really does need to win to get into the final 4 anyway. And of course, Memfisto is the reigning 2-time champion, 2 times in a row. So let's see what we can get going here for you. Silco. Right. I think this is the first game. Unconfirmed for now, but we'll go with it until we figure it out. Right, let's have a look. Silco is ahead on XP. Memfisto struggling for health as well. Stormbringer against Stormbringer. Silco in a strong position. We see that stunned animation there on Stormbringer. That's I think that's a spectate bug. Rock and Roller coming in. But that's 10 mana he commits at the top. Needs to deal with something at the bottom. Blood Imp's in his hand, but he's way too low HP to use them at all. That Rock and Roller getting absolutely smashed. Stormbringer's going to be pinging face. Does need to spawn something. 190 HP left for Memfisto. This Battle Monkey's going to do a good job, but it's ultimately going to die. And then, how is he going to deal with this? The stun comes out. He really wants to use his Night Puffs. Sorry, his puffs. His puffs. He really wants to use his Blood Puffs, but he can't. Blood Puffs. I've just made them up. Blood Imps. It's just too much. He can't stop all of this face damage. There we go. Silco takes it. Right. Okay. So I think that was game one. Let's find out. Yeah, but I don't think the taunt should fully taunt the Ruby because of the way... Just look down, you know what 5 range is? 5 what? I don't think the taunt range is 5 centimeters. Right, let's set this up correctly here. So, it was Memfisto here. Remember to save that. And Silco here. So we're just trying to confirm if that was game one or not. Since we joined it halfway through. This might be the last game that is remaining. A lot of games in this final round still having an impact on who's going to be in that top 4 or not. Okay, so it looks like Set's match is still going. So Set and Silco's match still outstanding. Silco, if he does win, will get a blemish-free 5-0 record. If Memfisto wins, he will likely go through because he'll have 4 wins and 1 loss. Oh, okay, so it's 1 game all. Right, 1 game all. We're going into the 3rd and final game. Confirmed. 1 game all. 3rd and final game. Memfisto really needs to win this. This game doesn't change much for Silco. But for Memfisto, it really does. Renzo's getting very angry in the chat. That's my deck that I stole from someone else. Someone stole my deck that I already stole from someone else. Wow, Memfisto's so upset. Sorry, Renzo is so upset. That's like stealing a car and then getting carjacked and someone else stealing the car that you stole. Like... You're not a good person in that situation. You're going to report that to the police. Hello, yeah, I just stole a car and then someone stole it off me. I know I shouldn't have done, but, you know, 2 wrongs don't make a right. Nonsense. Okay, the bans. Memfisto decided to ban nothing. Silco banned APEP and nothing else. So, most of it on the table. Maybe they had some kind of gentleman's agreement, but Silco was not the full gentleman. I don't know. Just thinking out loud. Thank you, Sinobii. Sinobii, of course. Round of applause for Sinobii, keeping everything running in the background. The hero we both need and deserve. Right, Memfisto deck building. Silco deck building. Last minute chances, choices, decisions being made that could really impact the future of their event. Remember, Memfisto has won the last 2 tournaments. But he is fighting for his life here. If he does not take this next game, he may well be eliminated. So it looks like we've got... So it looks like Set's beaten YkZen. So this is the only match that is remaining to fill in the standings. Okay, so Silco wins, he goes top. If Memfisto wins, so he has 12 points. So yeah, if Memfisto wins, he will finish 4th, I think. Yeah, he'll finish 4th. Set is currently 4th, so Set's going to be watching this with interest. If Memfisto wins, Set will be eliminated from the top 4. So...
It's Minion Masters.
very close in this final match.
It's on. You must stand atop a mountain of defeated enemies.
Someone's pinging. I don't know what it is. I'm sure it's important. I hear it. I can't see it. Right, Memfisto wrecked. Silco wrecked. Lone Wolf spawns at the top, nothing else friendly on the field or under his control. So the Lone Wolf is a Wolf and not just the Warrior. Wolf very strong, very raged, very tanky. You'd like this bat to die here if possible. Burning a little bit. Okay, so the Musketeer is going to trade well against 1 Zealot. Not quite so well against 2. There's the support. Rocket Scrap might take an important hit there. Doesn't quite Berserker Rage. Okay. Here comes the pressure from Silco. Battle Monkey's going to clear this up. Going to take some face damage. And I say some. It's going to be quite a lot because that's a Berserker Rage remaining Zealot. Ghast again coming out of the box. Probably not the best thing he wants, but we do like that donk. Unfortunately, the donk only triggers on his first attack for some reason, or his first attack on a target. We would like more donk, please. More donk, more donk. Right, XP lead for Silco. But we're going to see a pushback coming here. Rex clones being, as always, a bit of a pain. Wants to try to keep this monkey alive, and you always put the pressure on your opponent because they want to try to kill the Tranquil Monkey. He's going to nearly... Oh, he's so nearly survived then. And that would have been huge if he'd survived. That would have been basically a free 4-mana unit. Okay, some face damage coming out here. Remember, Ardera does drain her own health as she's attacking. Can he get a good Ardera death? Let's find out. So the Wolf being slowed down by their shields a little bit. Ardera's going to go down here. Drops a Rage. Not too much. This could be a bit of pressure though coming out from Silco here. Battle Monkey's coming out. So at perk 3, that Battle Monkey's the perfect target for his one-punch blast. Doesn't quite clear it up. So this is turning around a little bit. Those shields slowing everything down. The Whirly Scrap kind of stuck in the mud. Can't really move forward. The bridges have been red for some time. Silco's going to get a bit of an XP lead here. And the next push is coming. Imps puts the Drone Walker into harm's way. And again, I think we're going to see that monkey, unfortunately, just perishing. So both players, of course, going to get the same perk. Windwalker jumps onto the bridge, grabs it. That's a really important tool in today's bridge grab world. Okay, the Musketeer is going to tank. Do a good job there. Needs to watch out for that Prowler. Musketeer again is going to riposte. Comes back, gets a big hit, but not on the thing that it wanted. That's always an interesting interaction with the Musketeer. When it ripostes back, it kind of re-aggroes at that point. So it can deflect an attack and then go and shred something else. And sometimes it can work in your favor. Sometimes it really can't. It really doesn't. One Punch Blast, I'm not sure, didn't seem to get the value he wanted, but Silco in a strong position at the moment. Now remember, if Memfisto loses this, he's probably going to be dropping out of the top 4. He's not in the top 4 anyway. He's not going to join Silco in the top 4. Here comes some pressure there. That Battle Monkey's going to do a lot of face damage. It's triggered by everything there. Oh, Silco reacts, absolutely terrified of that Battle Monkey. Remember, the Battle Monkey attacks faster based on the number of enemies around it. And suddenly, that Battle Monkey's changed everything. Silco's dropping at 120, 130, 120. Sorry, I'm going up. Okay. 120 HP left. Memfisto fights back. The Battle Monkey DPS is insane. Right. That Soul Stealer is going to be difficult to deal with. We're probably going to see Memfisto trying to get into a one-punch on face situation if he can. Not a jump not available at the moment. The one-punch will close this game out if he can do it. Silco's going to be aware of that. He knows he needs to shut that down. Here comes the Battle Monkey again. It was a huge power play earlier. But Silco's struggling here. Wrecked. Still can't get quite to face. No one-punch blast available for him yet at the moment. But that Battle Monkey's still going. Berserker Rage Zealot doesn't make any difference really against those little skellies though. Memfisto getting an XP lead at the moment. What's up, Tangelizer? Okay. So, XP lead for Memfisto. He could decide just to play the XP game here. Try to just hold on and get the Mana Frenzy win. He does have 1,000 HP left, so he can tank this on face a little bit, but he needs to be careful not to tank too much on face. And we saw earlier with that Battle Monkey how quickly things can change. Doesn't want to lose that Drone Walker at the bottom. XP almost level here, but we've seen this game kind of go back and forth, and this is going to be another opportunity for Memfisto to put some pressure on and maybe hold the bridges when he really needs to. That Battle Monkey's nearly on face. I don't think Silco can do anything about it. It looks like he's given up. He knows, like, whatever he plays there, that Battle Monkey either shreds face or shreds everything and then face. Memfisto, with his back to the wall, has taken that game. And from the looks of it, from our napkin maths, looks like he just booked his place in the top 4. That was quite the finish. That Battle Monkey changed everything. Remember, the Battle Monkey's attack speed increases based on the number of enemies around it. There were 4 shielded crossbow dudes that absolutely sent it into overdrive. His DPS, when triggered, is insane. Wow. Okay. Right, so we have hot off the press meme from Show Me the Money. Remember, Renzo in the chat screamed earlier, that's my deck, and then followed up with, well, it was originally Memfisto's deck. Here's the meme from Show Me the Money. Memfisto, I made this. Renzo says, you made this, as he receives the deck. And then Renzo says, I made this. Good job, Renzo. Right, thanks for that money. Now, in slightly more serious news, let's have a look at our bracket. Let's refresh this. So that should be the full 5 Swiss rounds completed. Wait! Memfisto doesn't get through? Hold on, maybe this... Okay, we've just got to just wait. Memfisto hasn't got his points yet. He's on 3-1. He should be on, like, that's 4 matches, not 5. Okay, so this is not fully locked in yet. We'll keep refreshing it until we see the full setup. Let's just have a look. So it looks like that match hasn't been reported yet. Still in progress, right. Okay, so it was 2-1 to men. Okay, that was quite the match. Quite the game. Very well played to both of those players. And I think both of them are going to go through. But the way the maths works is somewhat complicated. And I don't want to misspeak. But, like, Memfisto's going to get another win, right? So he's going to be on 4-1. He's going to go up to 12 points. So he should slot into 4th. Right. Okay. Memfisto actually takes over Sentera based on things. So we've got Silco, Ficus, Memfisto, and Sentera all getting through to the top 4. And as I suggested, one loss will probably be okay to get through to the top 4, but 2 losses, just too much. So we've got Set, Yin, and Renzo right on the edge, just not quite getting in the top 4. So very well played to them. But so we're gonna have Silco against Sentera, Ficus against Memfisto. Those are gonna be our 2 semi-finals. We're gonna switch to best of 5, and then we're gonna also have conquest rules. So a master cannot be played with once they've been won with. Right. So we'll get set up for that. Let's see if we'll try and get the prediction set up. Try and get Tangelizer to help us out with that, hopefully. Right. So let's reset our names and our scores and all that stuff. And we'll get ready to go. Right, so this is going to be semi-final. Best of 5. Boom. Right. So let's see if the site's updated for our second part of the event. Elimination! Oh, my jaw hurt. Don't know why. Old and broken. Okay. The elimination. It's going to be Silco against Sentera. It's Ficus against Memfisto. Which one are we going to see first? I don't know. It depends who's ready first, really. But hopefully we'll watch both of them. And, of course, the winner of each of those will go into our grand final. Okay. So normally what we'll do in this point is we'll see who gets their bans in first. And then that's the match we'll watch because they're ready to go. So if you need to take a quick break, now is a good time to do it. We've got a giveaway running. Make sure you get in there. We'll do that at the end. And don't know if I need to mention anything. There's no PTR this weekend, but there should be one soonish, maybe. What's happened recently is the Minion Masters patches have gone from lasting for 4 weeks to 5 weeks. And the offshoot of that, of course, is that the patch date then starts creeping back throughout the month. So we start off having the first Thursday in a month gets the patch, and then it's a week later in the next month, and then so on and so forth. So that's why we're kind of dropping back, but then we're almost at the point now where we've kind of lost a month, and it's going back to the start of the month. You know what I mean. You do better next time. Good to hear it, Mark. And of course, if you haven't seen it yet, we have a little bit of a tease for the upcoming patch. So it's going to be a Zen Chi based patch. And we're going to have these little shroom guys. And as I understand it, there's a small one and a big one, and there's some kind of mechanic where if you give it a buff, it basically like Spawn of Furies, like splits in half, or however that works. So that could be interesting to see how that is. So we should have a Zenshi. We got a Voidborn theme current patch. Previous patch was, of course, the start of the Arise expansion, so that was Accursed, and this is going to be Zenshi. Right. Set's a little upset. Looks like he had a power outage issue that really affected his chances of progressing. Unfortunately, just one of those things, especially with him being in Ukraine. That's something that I know he's struggling with. It's definitely not the first time we've had someone struggle with that, and definitely not the last. Right, the bans are in. So it looks like we're going to go for Sentera and Silco to start with. Okay, so Sentera. So this is 4th place Sentera against 1st place Silco. The place is, of course, fairly irrelevant now going forward, but it has caused the seeding. Right. Let me set this up here. So Sentera and Silco. Right, so best of 5. And then let's have a look at the bans that they've got. Okay, looks like there's going to be a PTR next weekend. So if you're interested in seeing the upcoming stuff and testing it out, the balance, the new cards, stuff like that, make sure you join that Discord, give yourself the tester role, and keep up to date with the PTR announcements. Right, so let's change the names on the screen. So Sentera. Okay, just looking at the bans and Silco. Right, so the bans are... Remember, we've had some interesting bans so far, and that may continue. So Sentera again banning Wrecked. Bats. I'm always a little bit... I'm not sure what the word is, but if you ban the same thing over and over again without reacting to anything, it feels like just the easy way out, maybe. And Silco banning Apep, Avea. And Impetus Blast. Which, I mean, if you're going to ban just meta stuff, then it's okay to stick to that ban, but the weird Bats and Azog just seems kind of strange. But I'm sure there's some reasoning for it. Right. That is a female shroom. How do you sex a shroom? Okay, so that looks like the bans are in. Looks like we're ready to go into our first semi-final. So, Sentera is here, I'm here, Silco is here. Looks like we're almost ready to go. Thanks for everyone joining us today. Always a good time here in the fish tank, especially on tournament day. If you're new to the stream, great to have you here. Make sure you hit the follow button if you want to hang around. And of course, we have giveaways running. You do need to be a follower for the giveaways, so make sure you hit the follow and type the command that's in the chat somewhere. Brackets are in the pinned comment. Everything is, I think, set up as we need. Did I say ready? I said ready. Right. Okay, so let's just take a breath for a moment, and then we're going to dive into the semi-finals. First semi-final is going to be Silco against Sentera. And then in the second semi-final, of course, we've got Memfisto just squeaking in against Ficus, I think. That might be wrong. Yes, Tanji should be able to set that up. But he has to wait for it to show on the screen, I guess. I could also do it if I have a second. Okay, looks like we have it. Prediction is open. Okay, thank you, Tangelizer. Yep, prediction is up. Who you got? Semi-final 1. Silco versus Sentera. Put your fish hats where your mouth is. It's kind of weird. Mark's very excited for Memfisto. We'll see him in the second semi-final. But here we go! Yeah! We're loading into the first semi-final here. It's Night's Duel number 24. What have we got on our hands? Let's find out. Sentera going for the Ravager Void Altar deck again. Silco looks like it's APEP, and it's looks like a lot of Valorian, a lot of Empyrean stuff. So this is a lot of this is going to be about if he can pick up any of these Void Orbs, and I don't love that just naked spawn of that Void Altar. He's got no pressure on the field. He's got no way to really pick them up. He might, if he gets both of these here, that could change it. He gets none of them. He might just be dead. It's a very high-risk strat. He gets nothing out of it. Okay, I feel like that was a really... I mean, why would you not save that until you're pushing with your Brutus? To me, that felt like a misplay. Just too early, right? You've got nothing on the field. Maybe just an awkward hand. What's up, Aladador Wolfers? So this is a really awkward start. Massive XP lead for Silco. And that was literally a 7-mana wall. Again, he went for the Frost Fervor Flyby to pick them up, but it's really unreliable. Right, here we go again. This Brutus getting absolutely murdered. Oh, he went for the jump. Oh, he didn't quite get it. He tried to pull the enemies away so his unit would follow. Didn't quite get it. Flyby picks up one of them. Okay. But look at this push he's got to deal with. He gets one thing out of it. It's a flying dragon, a flying shadow whelp, and it just got murdered. This could be over already. This is over already. Okay. That was a high risk, no reward strat. And that's... The Void Altar is very similar to the Mana Puff Madness, where it's really crucial to use it at the right time. And if you use it at the wrong time, even more so with the Void Altar, because it's so expensive, you just get absolutely punished. So Silco takes a 1-0 lead. Didn't really have to do too much there. Normally with the Void Altar, you wait till you've got some presence on the field. Then you spawn it. You pick the stuff up. The ideal scenario is you pick the souls up with stuff that's already on the field. If you're having to spawn extra mana, spend extra mana to spawn more things like the flyby, jump monkey, anything like that, that's eating into how efficient the Void Altar is. Yes, we always have newcomers, thankfully, and we always have experienced players as well. So it's a real mixed bag, but it's, of course, it's open for everyone. It's a really friendly and familiar, welcoming scene to new players and experienced players alike. Everyone should have got at least 5 games if they were available for all of their games. So even if you got murdered, you would have got some good experience, hopefully. Right, so Sentera needs to regroup after that, because that strat just really didn't work out. Derezzed and Fruit and Garbage were new. Really great to have you here. Hopefully you had a good time. Really appreciate you joining. If it didn't go very well for you based on results, don't feel bad about it. You're lapping everyone that's sitting on the couch not doing anything. So we appreciate you joining. Hopefully you learned some stuff. This game can be very punishing for newer players against experienced players. This game's really easy to get into, but really hard to master. And the best way to learn is sometimes by getting your shit pushed in. But yeah, really appreciate you guys joining. The more people we have involved, the more likely it's these events will continue. Obviously, the sponsors want as many people in there as possible. So great to have everyone here. And we look forward to seeing people again in the future. You know, you've got to remember, at some point, it was everyone's first tournament, right? Everyone had a first tournament. And I think it's a great way to learn, for sure. I think the flyby can pick up both. I just don't know how reliable it is. We were talking earlier about how when the soul spawns, there's kind of some variation in where it can spawn. And sometimes it spawns further wide. I don't know if they spawn like exactly opposite each other, like you'll either get them in the middle or outside. I don't know. But we saw the flyby go through on one or two occasions today and do absolutely nothing, which is really awkward. Okay, let's go to game number 2.
Let's go.
So can Sentera strike back? So we're going to have Stormbringer against Valorian. We've seen this deck from Sentera before. It's going to be the Ruby. It's going to be the Mana Puff Madness. Valorian, of course, we're going to have. Valorian, like, remember back in the day, Valorian used to... what was it? I mean, Valorian got some kind of buff for having Empyrean cards. His auto attack maybe or something, I don't know. So he doesn't have that restriction anymore, but you do tend to find him with the Empyrean decks a lot because they have lots of units that really do appreciate those heals. Okay, he's going for the shot in the corner. Can he get it? No, he decided not to. So a bit of pressure coming out. So Valorian again was one of those masters that had their perks rearranged. So perk 1 is that Searing Light removal. So you get that earlier and for more of the game. Perk 2 is the Holy Light, the heal. Oh, I don't like that at the bottom. That's a misplay. That's gonna... Oh, okay. I would have liked to see that on face. See, I would say that's a misplay. He realized he misplayed. He had to play the monkey there. Obviously everything else would die. But then he's not got the monkey at the top. Oh, this is going to be a lot of damage. Chain Lightning comes in and mops up all of those razors. This is huge damage coming out from Silco. Those shielded Legionnaires are going to be tanky.
I shall use this in the fight.
How does Sentera hold on? He's got to wait for his Ruby. He's going to try and pull stuff off face with the Ruby. The problem is Ruby's going to just walk away from this eventually. Stormbringer, of course, very bad at dealing with just anything on its face that's got more than a very small amount of HP. Ruby's going to get murdered here. This is not looking good for Sentera. Remember, this is best of 5, but it's looking like Silco's going to take a 2-game-to-1 lead here. Absolutely shredding that Ruby. Ruby does not like fighting the melee units like that. He's going to take a big hit here. Maybe 2 big hits. The Chain Lightning comes in to finish the job. Okay. And Silco there takes a 2-game-to-0 lead. We saw Sentera have some luck with that Ruby Stormbringer deck earlier, but really not able to do anything against the Valorian deck there. And, you know, ideally what you want to be doing with Ruby is you get Ruby out on the field, so she's a presence on her own, but then you also have the her Cannon Blast, Plasma Cannon, something like that. Her ability, and that's that should make it very difficult for your opponent to play anything, because you either play it close to the tank and it gets DPS by the tank, or you play it far away and then it gets abilitied. But in that situation, everything was kind of on top of the tank, so the ability was nullified. And that's a good way of, if new players are struggling with the tank, you know, if you've got tanky units, you want to be on the tank. You want to be within, because remember the tank, Ruby, has that exclusion range around her, that big circle where she can't use her ability within that range. So she can't kill stuff that's directly on top of her. So those zealots were perfect counter. Big DPS, very tanky melee units, and of course they're on top of it, so they can't be abilitied off. So a good start in this semi-final for Silco. 2-1 up to start with. Derezed, enjoyed the tournament. Plan to be back. Good to hear it, my friends. As Mickey says, his level 1, we're talking about Valorian, his level 1 does trigger the Empyrean Army effect. And what he means by that is it counts as an Empyrean Army card. So, for example, if you need 7 Empyrean cards for Empyrean Army, but if you build your deck with 6, and then your perk 1 is the Searing Light. So once you get to perk 1, you get that extra card added to your deck, and that becomes the 7th card and triggers the Empyrean Army, which then gives you bonuses on various Empyrean cards. So good shout out there, Mickey. So that's very good. And remember, his Searing Light is an ability, not a spell. So it is good at killing the Jinglong and the Xiaolong, etc. It doesn't trigger any anti-spell tech because it's an ability. Most of the Master's abilities are abilities unless it makes sense for them to be a spell, like Milloween, for example. Her perk 2 is a spell, so it does count towards her arcane charges. Right, so we've seen 2 quick games go Silco's favour. Can he close this semi-final out? Or can Sentera fight back? I think Valorian is way more represented on the leaderboards, especially in solos this season compared to last season. So that's always good to see. Not quite so much APEP, I don't think. But we'll have a look. We'll do our meta review next week, probably. We'll have a snapshot. We'll see what Masters are played most. We'll see which cards are played most. We don't, unfortunately, have access to all of the play rates and win rates and stuff like that from behind the scenes, but we do have access to the leaderboard. And, of course, the leaderboard is only a snapshot in time and can change, but it's the best we have. And so I think it's a good insight to see what the top players are playing. What is the strongest at the top? Her ability, I don't think, is called Gary. I think my guesses were closer than yours. Right, we're going into the 3rd game. This could be the final game if Silco takes it in a clean sweep. Or Sentera could start to fight back. Right, Diona. I hear pings, but I don't see them. Like, I think someone's pinging behind my cam or something just to annoy me. Sounds like a Silco strat. Right, Diona against Diona. So again, an Empyrean. Looks like it could just be the same deck. Remember, Conquest rules mean you can't play the same Master, but as long as you change the Master, you can play the same deck. So the Chain Lightning there does 100 damage, going to reduce the value that comes out of that Spawner. The Spawner Swarmer Totem. Okay, the Shock Rock trying to get some more value. How has he got another one of those already? What is his cycle? This looks like an insanely cheap cycle. Blood Imp's looking to get punished. Bear Trap at the bottom doing a great job. Look how quick his cycle is. He's basically back already in the early game when mana is relatively slow. It does speed up as the game goes. He's almost back to his totem. Needs to be careful with his HP though, using those blood imps a lot. Health is a resource, and of course Sentera with Diona can heal. This is likely to get chain lightninged. Maybe, or no, the trap's going to do a good job. Okay, so that's good. So these are a really annoying support unit, but if they're just going to fly through to phase. And the good thing is here, is one of them's going to die, and it's going to trigger Ruffles, I think. There we go. So sometimes it really does make sense at the top level as Diona to let stuff get through to your face so you do get that Ruffles trigger. He let that come through, didn't play his Chain Lightning on them, which was saving 4 mana. Ruffles got 2 extra mana. That's value. These small things can really help, because remember, Ruffles only triggers on your side of the field. Ruffles, of course, is Diona's little dog. There's a Chain Lightning, but it's going to be mostly eaten up by the Blood Imps. So they put themselves on the line, which kept the Mana Chasers alive. Mana Chasers not quite what they used to be, but I think they are a decent unit, especially in solos. They can get some good value. Not, of course, the meta-defining unit like we had a few seasons ago, but still a healthy unit. Interesting that you can play them to get 1 or 3, which is, I think, is nice, because if you're playing 1 and you just get countered each time by a spell, just play, sorry, if you play 3 and you get countered, just play 1, try to get some different value. So this is, I mean, this is kind of an interesting game. Flyby coming through, Chain Lightning. Really wants to try to kill Ardera if he can. Ruffles is going to get killed by this trap, unfortunately. No. Ruffles gets the hill, picks up the aggro with the Blood Imps. We like that. Problem at the bottom here is Ardera is going to die and going to buff these guys. There is a totem available. Totem's not going to last for very long, though. This is going to be some painful damage coming out here, especially with the Taunt Totem keeping everything alive. And with all the puffs in his hand, he really has no way of dealing with this. This is going to be game, I think. And this is what happens if you have these, your deck full of cheap stuff. Biddy, I thought you were playing in the tournament. See things double. Maybe. I'm not sure what you mean. What? Okay, so that means Silco takes that by 3 games to 0. I'm not sure what you mean by double. I think less people are playing Milo because she's different. And people like to take the easy option when stronger masters exist. And a lot of people, I think, just wrote her off anyway. But I think she's still okay. But you have to be way more specific with your deck building to cover the weaknesses of the Golem. Right, 3-0 to Silco. So the problem we had there, or the problem Sentera had, is he had a big push on his face, and his defensive options were Puffs or a Swarmer Totem, neither of which were going to help him at all. Right, so Silco goes through into the grand final, which means we are going to get ready for our second semi-final. And that is going to be Memfisto against Ficus. So let's get this set up here. We'll try to get the ban information in. Hopefully the players are on top of that. Right, Memfisto, reigning champion, just squeaked through with a win in the final game against Ficus. I just need to use the restroom and then I'll be back. Hopefully Tangelizer can deal with the completion of the prediction and start the new one. Right, BRB. back. Okay, so we're going to be moving into semi-final number 2. Silco booking his place in the final. So Memfisto against Ficus. So let's have a look at the bans. Okay, so we've got the bans. Let's look at that. Okay, so the ban information is... Let's reset our bans from the last game. Oh, the same hero skins, got you. Good joke. You can always tell a good joke because it needs explaining. Okay, so Memfisto banning Apep. And we spoke about this earlier. Armoon. We know Ficus liked playing Herald Armoon. So Memfisto has adapted and banned that specifically against him. And also the Zealots. Zealots very strong in the meta at the moment. So those are the Memfisto bans. Apep, Herald Armoon, Zealots. Ficus banning Wrecked. We've seen how strong Memfisto is with Wrecked. Also the Cage Prowler, very strong. And also Jinglong. We haven't seen too much Jinglong, if at all, today. So no Jinglong Juggle. Maybe he was concerned about how that might shut down his Herald deck, but the Herald's been banned anyway, so... Ficus. Maybe. Ficus. Maybe he is Ficus. We don't know. Ficus. Right. So, those are the bans. Let's make sure we've got the players set up correctly here. So, Memfisto. Check. Dummy Thick. So, we've seen Ficus really favour that Herald Armoon deck. So it'll be interesting to see what he switches to now. Right, so this is the semi-final. Number 2. It's best of 5 conquest rules. It's Memfisto. It's Ficus. Ficus. God damn it, now you're in my head with that. Who is going to join Silco in the final? I don't know. And you don't know unless you've got some kind of crystal ball. But we're going to find out together here. Both these players only losing one game, I think. So far, one set, one round, one match. I don't know. One day we'll have a set way of saying that. I've said set and complicated things even further. Right, we get thumbs up. Predictions up. Better way. Thank you, Tagilizer. Right, Memfisto, Ficus. I'm going to predict Memfisto. I think Memfisto's going to adapt to play around the bans better than Ficus will. But I could be wrong. But we're going to find out. Yeah! It's semi-final number 2. Night's Duel number 24. It's BetaDwarf, it's Team Honor Frenzy. I'm Fish. Sinobie's behind the scenes. You're awesome. Let's do this. Diona. Memfisto playing Diona, and not only Diona, the Dynasty Diona. He's one of the very few players in the game to have that skin from being a previous tournament winner, having won the last 2 events. Right, next up on today's episode, can Memfisto be beaten? Right, Ficus is playing a big, heavy deck. Memfisto is playing his Scrat Horde deck. He's got a Reconator in there. We're getting some mana being burnt. Don't like to see that too much. Trying to play defensively now, of course. So, the traps are going to be important here. So the Reconator does not want to fight into the Colossus, of course, so he's going to fight alternatively. He's got the Scrat Swarm, 5 Scrats in the opponent's area. Here comes the Zeppelins, get a couple of drops off. And this is going to be about how much damage he can do. And I think the answer is yes. This is a huge push. Can Ficus shut this down? There's no way. Look how many Scrats there are. Scratillery comes in. That's a massive fear, though. Oh my goodness, that fear was huge. But what goes away is going to come back. Memfisto. I've played this deck a few times. It's a really fun deck. A lot of pressure early on. And if your opponent doesn't have some good AoE, it can get out of control. And that was a really interesting thing for new players definitely to look at. Is Memfisto, as the Diona player, effectively ignored that Colossus. He had some air to do with it. To deal with it. He just thought, right, that Colossus is... Let's deal with that at a later date. My priority here is my big push. At the top, I want to get my Reconator. I want to get Scrat supporting it to trigger the Scrat Swarm. That means I get my 2 Zeppelin bombers. And it was just an absolute scrap-valanche. Okay. That was a very quick game. Game number 1. Let's go straight back into game number 2. The first best of 3 was quick. Are these guys going to try and beat that? Right. Set Fisto. Memfisto. I don't know. Memfisto playing Setsu. Ficus playing King Puff. There will be wolves. So we have there the lone wolf triggering into the wolf because there's nothing else under Memfisto's control on the field. So a nice tanky raged wolf. That is a very, very valuable 4-mana unit. Great shock rock kills every single last one of the propeller scrats. And propeller scrats, I've seen them quite a lot in solos, and they are definitely one of those cards, if you don't have the appropriate counter, they can get completely out of control. Might Howling Moon this. No, deciding not to. So the Howling Moon's great against big units. Not really going to get that insane value on the big units against Ficus in this matchup. But those 2 wolves you get, 8 mana for the 2 wolves plus whatever else you reduce the health off. Seems like a pretty good deal. Anchor says, why is no one playing or banning or playing? I feel like Avea's been one of the most highly banned cards to date. But not entirely banned, so players deciding not to use it for some reason. Fairly level on XP. Setsu putting some pressure on. Ficus dropping low. And of course, Setsu, you want to put this pressure on early so you get into that position where you can kill them at perk 3. That whelp just chomping everything. It is enraged. Lovely little grab there. Bridge switch comes in. It's not going to be enough, though, I don't think. Or the shock rock doesn't kill them all this time. One lives. The Glen's Brew keeps it alive as well. Nicely played from Ficus. Keeping the XP honest at the moment. Ficus, as mentioned, has taken a decent amount of HP damage. And we know at perk 3 that Setsu is going to be kind of disgusting when she gets on your face. Right, here comes the Howling Moon. Howled why the Setsu was in the air. Setsu didn't get the damage. Good. Both players are going to have a strong perk 3, but probably in very different ways. Setsu's going to be able to put a lot of face pressure on, whereas the Night Puffs are likely to put a lot more control pressure on. Okay. Doesn't shock rock the Propeller Horde this time, so there's a chance that they can get some value out. But we see Memfisto creep into a small XP lead here. Okay, so we may get a perk 3 activation from Memfisto whilst he's out on the field here. Ficus has to keep that in mind. You've got to pay attention to your opponent's counters because he's about to hit perk 3. Okay, he shuts that down just in time. That was very important. Very, very close interaction there. Can this monkey survive? Yes. No perk 3 here. Yeah, bridge switch, but it doesn't do what it needs to do. Setsu's going to shut a lot of this down. But That would have been a very scary push if he'd had his perk 3 at that point. Right, this Memfisto playing defensively. The key to playing top level when you're playing Setsu is knowing when to jump on face and when to play defensively like this. Generally, jumping onto things is bad. Unless it's face. I see a lot of people just jump onto things as Setsu and their Setsu just gets absolutely destroyed. Right. I don't like the way he played those prop scrats. He should have played them from behind so they wouldn't get hit. But unfortunately, Setsu didn't have a reload available. We're going to get a bridge switch here. Setsu's going to get stunned. Night Puffs are going to DPS her down. And that's the power of King Puff. Right. Memfisto at 490 HP though. Well within kill range from Setsu, so he needs to be careful. Ficus needs to just keep this in mind. He needs to think about, what do I do if he jumps on my face? He's still not doing it, playing the long game. I mean, sometimes you get to jump like this, you get to be control and support, and then you get through to face, and you kind of get the best of both worlds. There's going to be a bridge switch, but he couldn't do it while Setsu was on the face. Surrounding Setsu. Memfisto in a strong position here, and he can jump back immediately, either defensively or onto face. That's one of the real strengths of Setsu's, and one of the things I really hate about Setsu's is that way they come back immediately. I think the blast entry should have a timer, and the timer doesn't start until she jumps back. Anyway, right. Right, hold on. So Memfisto banned Apep, Armoon, and Zealots. Ficus banned Wrecked, Cage Prowler, and Jinlong. I don't think... No, Memfisto... Yeah, Memfisto did ban the Zealots, but I don't think they were played. Right, 2-0 for Memfisto. I put 3 there, but that's not confirmed yet. Okay, let's put the bans in the chat. Remember, you can ban, and your ban is stopping your opponent from playing that card. Doesn't affect you from playing that card. Okay, this could be the final game of this best of 3. This could seal Memfisto's position in the grand final, or Ficus could fight back. So we know Memfisto banned Herald Armoon. That was one of Ficus's strongest and most favorited strats. Has he struggled to play? Who keeps pinging somewhere? Right. Apep against Morelia. We have got a Gax. I'm not a fan of... Not a fan of that. Just not a fan of that. Just wasn't a fan of that. I don't like that start at all. He's taken a lot of damage. He is playing Gax. The problem is he's playing Gax against an Apep. Memfisto takes massive face damage to start with. Morgrul's Mark, one of the new cards. Wait, Morgrul's Mark is... Wait. Morgrul's Mark is banned, but I think he got it from an Invoke. I think we're okay. Relax. I think he got it from the Invoke. That is allowed. Right. So he is playing... Well, that Cleaver's going to do a good job there. He doesn't want to take aggro on this. cleaver with his cleaver. Right, so he's playing Korgoth. So he does have Korgoth available soon. Doesn't want to take a hit here. XP equal, Ficus has taken a lot of HP damage. Can heal from the spellbook, but of course if you are healing, that means you're not doing something else. Right, here we go. How can Memfisto deal with Korgoth? Remember, Korgoth's going to invoke, which replaces a Voidborn card in his hand with something that's more valuable. Oh, he's not handled that Reboomer very well. Okay. Some air support would be nice. Doesn't appear to have any. But this is going to be a good push. How can Memfisto deal with this? If Memfisto can deal with this. Okay, it looks like his cleaver is going to get a good hit off. There's a lot of face damage coming out. And he's getting an XP lead as Ficus here at the moment. Cleaver comes back, and now Ficus is going to have to deal with this counter push. I don't like playing the Jolo in so early there. He got lucky, got a good heal off. But this is going to be dodgy. If that dies, that could be a problem. Right. Really doesn't want this cleaver to hit him. He does! And that's almost half, that's more than half dead to start with. That's not good at all. This might even die. Okay, it didn't die. He's unable to support it properly. Could go for a spirit on it. Doesn't go for a spirit on it. Goes for the heal. I think the spirit would probably have been more valuable in that situation. Okay. Jolo's going to do a good job at the bottom, but Jolo was a good way of tanking the cleaver that's now at the top. Oh, this is bad. The assassin is going to die. That might have even been just a better situation to let that cleaver hit face and let the assassin mop everything up. Like, that cleaver's still going! Oh, that cleaver was mishandled. Right, he does have his perk 3 dragons as Ficus, but he is very, very low HP, and he is waiting. Oh, the Gax was invoked, was it? Okay, thanks, Ankus. Okay, I feel like he should have spawned that dragon in the middle, because now the dragon's just completely out of position. Looks like it's going to work out, but that cleaver could be a problem if that Jolo dies. Okay, it's not the biggest of problems, but it is a problem. Now he's going face. Okay, he's alive for now. Ficus is ahead on XP, does have 46 HP. Spellbook's coming, so there is a heal available, but he doesn't have anything on the field. He's gonna mess up his heal, is he? No, he gets the double heal! That could be huge! Very well played. 200 heal. Nice fireball. He's got a good XP lead at the moment. Does need to handle this correctly. If that Jolo goes down, it's going to be a problem. Okay, Jolo survives. But he's closing in on Mana Frenzy as Ficus. That heal could have been crucial. He was lethal at that point. He's gone for another heal. Going to get one of them. But he does kill... Oh, he gets both of them somehow. How did he get that second heal? That Rocket Scrap was like 100% dead. The Rammer's coming in. That's so lucky from Memfisto. We've already seen one lucky Rammer. He can't... If he gets another hit... Oh my god. He gets that hit. That Rammer's so lucky from Apep. That Rammer might have just won him the game. How much does Impetus Blast do to face? I don't know. He's going for the heal here. There's nothing to heal from. He's going for the spirits. Is that a mistake? He had to heal at that point, surely. This is incredibly close. He goes for the heal. He's going to get the double heal. Okay, that's massive. That could be it. This cleaver's getting a lot of value, though. I'm not... yeah, that cleaver. Yeah, I was right. I was right. Okay. Oh, this is super sketchy. This is so close. Oh. Looks like the AFK bot triggered. I think it might be a spectator bug or something. 300 HP. His heals have kept in this. He's got the bridges. That reboomer at the bottom is going to be a problem. Doesn't kill all the skellies. There's one left, but that's not going to be enough DPS to shut it down. Okay. Ficus's heals have kept in this game. This is quite the match. This is probably the match of the tournament so far. This is a really good one. Needs to be careful though. Can't afford to mess up at the bottom here. Jolo and the assassin does a bit of face damage, and this looks like it's Memphisto's going to lose this game. I think that's what I'm trying to say. Nice fireball, keeps that bottom lane fresh and clear. Goes for another heal as well. Okay, so now he has a Madrid. That means that the previous whatever, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but that means that the Korgoth invoked the next Korgoth into a Madrid. Reboomer at the top. Oh, the Reboomer jumps back. It's the weird interaction because of the bridges. Memfisto's dropping low HP here. Ficus has had the bridges for ages. The AFK bot triggers again. I don't know if he's triggering that by just not playing, but it seems like he's being a little bit slow. He's waiting, and you know, sometimes with this, he's going to lose this. That was his game to win. What I would say in that situation is sometimes in Mana Frenzy, you just cannot save up for your big unit. You lose the bridges, you lose too much tempo. I feel like if he'd stopped going for the big unit and just kept spawning smaller things onto the bridges, he could have won that game. His heals were really, really good. But I feel like he was just trying too much to get that. How much does Iron Grenade do? I don't know. It does like 200 damage max, but what does it do to face? It does half tower damage. Half damage to face, so it does 100 damage to face. If it's fully teched up. So 200 damage to a unit or 100 damage to face. What do you think? Did Ficus do a great job holding it on? Or did he throw it in the end there? Okay, so that's the grand final setup. It's going to be Memfisto against Silco, a rematch of the earlier match that Memfisto won to book his place into the top 4. Wow. Okay, that was a really good game. Looks like he'd come back from it. But I don't know. Personally, I feel like if he'd just stopped waiting for the big units and just flooded the bridges when he had them, because he had the bridges for a while. Don't know. That's just my thoughts on it. What do I know? Anno says Ficus just burnt a ton of mana. I did see the AFK bot like triggering a few times. I don't know if that was like literally correctly triggering. Because I mean, you really have to burn a lot of mana. I think you have to burn, no, that can't be right. In Mana Frenzy, you've got to burn 10 mana, I think, to trigger the bot. And 10 mana is insane. Did he disconnect? I don't know. The AFK bot did pop up for me. What? What set? Could not be delivered. What could not be delivered? What? How does that make sense? That makes no sense to me. Are you just talking about the betting or the game? Okay, well, whatever happened, whatever reason for it, Memfisto somehow pulled that one out of the bag. So he takes that 3-0. Silco won his semi-final 3-0. Okay, so that means that we are now ready for our grand final. Those two semi-finals were pretty damn fast. The good thing about Mana Frenzy is your XP is turned into extra mana. The bad thing is if you're burning it, it gives you no benefits. Okay, so let's get set up for this grand final. Get your friends in here. Let's get this stream popping off. It's going to be Memfisto against Silco. It's going to be a rematch. Memfisto won the best of 3 earlier by 2-1 to get into the top 4, and he's now in the top 2. Memfisto has won 2 tournaments in a row. Can Silco stop that winning streak? Right. So let's do player 1 Memfisto because he's already player 1. Silco player 2. Nicely done. We'll reset our scores. So this is best of 5 again. Yeah, I'm trying to get to the bottom of exactly what happened with Silco there. Sorry, with Ficus there. But it did seem like it was his game to win. But that goes to show it's never over until it's over. Okay. Let's clear the previous bans. So we are awaiting the ban information from these guys. Hydrate! Right. Predictions up for the final. I shouldn't have eaten this biscuit. I'm going to cough again. Right. Memfisto is banning Wrecked, Caged Prowler, and you guessed it. No, I didn't get it. Zealots. I thought it was going to be Avea. Have we seen a single Avea? I can't remember. Maybe once. Silco is also banned Wrecked. Zeppelin Bombers. He doesn't want to deal with that deck. And Avea. Okay, Avea is banned from one player, but not the other. Okay, so Wrecked, Cage Prowler, Zealots. Wrecked, Zeppelin Bomber, Shield, Captain Avea. We've had some crazy games, yeah, for sure. Okay. Right. Let me just do a couple of bits of admin here. One second. Okay, one second. Just discussing with the admin that last match. So it seems that Ficus was confused whether he could play his Korgoth or not, because the red icon that shows a unit to be mythic and you can't play another one was on his card. But I can't remember if it's... So that was kind of frustrating. But I mean, in that situation, like, if you're not sure if you can play it, you've just got to try to play it, right? Just try to play it. Oh, okay, so he saw the icon and assumed it was alive. Okay. Okay, that's frustrating. We'll report that as a potential bug. But I mean, I think you've just got to be aware of the arena, right? With a big unit like that, you've got to be aware of whether it's dead and available to be played or not. Okay, anyway, they're discussing that. Let's leave them to it. Right, what's up, Full Havels? Okay, are we ready? Probably not. Let's find out. So, it's going to be Memfisto against Silco. See if they're online, ready to go. Yes. Okay, that's good. Right. Why is the 2 rects? These are the bans. Oh, shit. Sugar, we're ready. Okay, apparently we're ready. I don't remember saying I'm ready, but apparently we're ready.
Let's fight. Come to me, minion.
Okay, it's the grand final. Okay, I didn't quite get to do what I needed to do, but I guess we're going in. Okay, Memfisto playing Apex, Silco Diona. Remember, these are both now timer-based masters, not cycle-based. So their perks are on a timer, not on a cycle. So you're not restricted to having specifically the cheapest of decks to get the most value out of them anymore. Right, Memfisto. See, like this deck here, this deck looks a lot heavier than an APEP deck that you would have played before the change. So we've got Diona plus Empyreans. This Battle Monkey's going to do a good job shutting this down, but that's a lot of face damage coming out. Remember, that's not the end of the world for APEP. He will have his shield at perk 2. That also is on a timer. Stopwatch Masters. Right. Ardera, she might get into aggro here. Oh, that's so close to getting aggro by the Battle Monkey. Probably wouldn't have killed her anyway. That's a big beam of doom. The brilliance there was that the Ardera died last, so she didn't buff anything. That was great for Memfisto. This trap's designed to stop the units taking the bridge. Very nicely done. The key to playing Diona is the trap usage. A lot of people really struggle with it, but if you watch the top players, how they play the traps, they get so much value out of them, just for 1 mana. Right, here we go. He doesn't really have a good way of shutting down this Battle Monkey, except trying to just purely DPS it. Oh, he can hold it away. So that actually worked out pretty well. Does he have anything to go with the Ardera? The idea with the Ardera is you support it with Empyrean units, and then when she dies, she buffs them all. But of course, she does do solid DPS on her own. There we see the shields. Silco is not infinite hate, though. You might hate him infinitely, but that does not mean he's infinite hate. Right, Rocket Scrat's going to get the top bridge. Dies to the Grenadier. Going for a heal here. Ruffles does not get it. Memfisto is slightly low on HP. Will have his shield available, though. Battle Monkey's great against all these clumped up units. What he wants to try to do is do a push with the Ardera and the Shield Guard of Light. He's split them this time. Interesting. I don't love that beam on the Shield Guard of Light. Maybe he didn't have anything else worth to deal with it, but it felt like that was not a good beam. I mean, look, he beamed it and it's still alive, and how much mana has he spent trying to kill it? Right, Silco's got to perk 3. That's going to be another trap to help him manage these attacks. Battle Monkey going ham there. He's had to push on the bridge. Screaming Scrat's going to pull too much. And the Screaming Scrat is quite a high skill card if you want to take bridges correctly. Great trap there, but he's going to get the heal from the Priestess just at the right time. The DPS that comes out from that Enraged Flame Imp is absolutely disgusting. He's got the Simulacrum, so he does have the Shield Guard in there as well. He's going face with the trap. Memfisto reacts quickly to it, but he does take some damage, and he is pretty low, so Silco's win condition is probably to try to force out the usage of that trap, as the shield, sorry. Oh, the reboomer! I'm not sure where it came from, but my god, did it send stuff away with it. That Flame Imp's going to get huge value as well. This is turning into Memfisto's game at the moment. We saw the Battle Monkey do massive damage in an earlier match. Memfisto is getting this. It's making this close. He has a cannon to put on the pressure here. Make this very difficult to push into. He needs to watch out for those traps on his face. He is very low HP. There's one trap. It's not going to be on face though. This is a scary looking push. There's another trap. He's going to kill the Ardera. Okay, that's good. I feel like he could have maybe kept that alive. Oh, the Jolo. Oh, the Jolo goes down. This is really bad. This could be too much. I think Memfisto loses right here. The Battle Monkey could keep things alive momentarily. The Battle Monkey's going ham, but it's going to be too much. Oh, that was from one side to the other. I feel like he could have... There was a lot going on, okay? But I feel like Memfisto could have handled the shield captain, the shield guard better there. He could have tanked it with the shield totem, kept the assassin alive. I don't know. But it felt like Memfisto was okay in kind of the overall concept of the game, but he just had no HP to play with. And those traps are just going to whittle you down. Or at least keep that in your mind. Constantly, it's like you have to be aware of that. So that's if you're constantly aware of the traps and keeping enough mana to deal with them and so on and so forth, then that's taking your attention slightly away from something else. Okay, so that's the first game. So a very close one. But again, we see the power of Empyrean. Silco taking the first game in this best of 5. Right. Yeah, that priestess did help out a lot, but the counter push was just too much. There were a lot of things that Jolo was going to have a bad time when against. Ardera, of course, will attack very quickly. That channel beam will shred Jolo. Also, we had the Leilel's Vortex. A close game, but Silco does get the first. Remember, in the previous best of... We didn't see it all, I don't think, but Memfisto did take the deciding match to win 2-1. That was in the final round to book his place in the top 4, so definitely do not count him out. Battle Monkey doing God's work at some points there. If you missed any of the action, don't forget it'll be up on YouTube tomorrow. So you can go back and revisit any of the matches. We've had some great matches. I didn't like when Memfisto beamed that shield guard of light. Didn't quite kill it. Nothing else was beamed. It didn't quite work out. That was kind of a feels bad. Yeah, we definitely see zealots a lot. Right, a little bit of a delay here. Both players deck building. Memfisto in the menu now.
Masters of minions and minions of masters, prepare to duel! Showtime!
Right, here we go. Oh, you want to see the game? I'll allow it. More pinging, thanks for that. Love it. Right. Setsu against Valoria. More Empyrean business from Silco. Wolves from Memfisto. The Wolves not splitting could make them more difficult to deal with. Let's see what he's got to deal with here. He's going to get his own Wolf out. He goes for the Shock Rock. Doesn't stop the Wolf, but it does allow him to trade much better with it. Okay. So we saw in a previous match when Memfisto was playing Setsu, he was able to whittle his opponent down and then ultimately close the game out like that. Let's see if this works out like that at all. Rocket Scrat doesn't quite kill everything. Frustrating. Right, Ardera will shred everything. She does, of course, as we mentioned before, do that self-damage when she's attacking, but not too much compared to what it used to be. She is slowed, which, I mean, could be good, could be bad. It allows more stuff to catch up with her. This could, I mean, that slow could be counting for her, but of course, you want to kill the other stuff before her, so I think it works out okay for Memfisto. Taking some face damage here, Bats being a pain, she dies, so this is going to be some reasonable amount of face damage. Right, he would love to shut some of these wolves down, but doesn't have a good way of doing it. His Howling Moon is going to trigger both of the wolves. He should win this fight with the Setsu support. That's just defender's advantage. But those wolves are almost dead. Ardera's just going to murder them. Flyby comes in. Does it kill her? Yes, it does. Okay, that's great, because it triggers the shield, and then the shield will be no longer here when they're due to be dealt with. Searing Light getting some good value. Silco has dropped down a little bit of HP, but Memfisto has taken more. But remember, Memfisto can just jump straight on face. Going to trigger the other wolf. The bottom wolf is going to struggle a little bit, I think. The support coming in. Okay. That warrior hitting hard. Keep getting distracted by the chat. Let's concentrate on the game. Perk 3 for Silco here. Took the first game. And he's looking to take the second game. Oh, the Rocket Scrat kills everything before it gets a chance to get buffed. Setsu's perk 3 is going to be strong, but he needs it as soon as he can, because he's kind of hemorrhaging XP at the moment. Just typical sort of Empyrean, just split, wait for your next split, split again. No Setsu perk 3 yet. Good stun. That Whelp is really helping out. Super DPS from that. Oh, that shield's annoying. That shield is really annoying. Kept everything alive, and that's just the power of the Squire Puff there. He has got perk 3, has Memfisto, but he does need to catch up. And of course, perk 3 from Silco, the Searing Light, suddenly does twice the amount of damage it did previously. So that is a very strong removal. Didn't quite get the trade he wants at the bottom. Does Memfisto, and Silco's got enough HP to not be too worried about the push to jump straight on face. Okay, looks like it. Okay, unfortunately, he wasn't able to shut any of the wolves down. Looked like maybe Setsu could do so with the stun, but didn't. But all the meanwhile, Silco's just getting bridge control in absolute droves right now. Over 40 XP ahead. Memfisto only has the face damage win condition available to him now. Trying to push it, but doesn't really get enough. We know Setsu can put out super DPS. But that wolf just getting absolutely shredded. Mana Frenzy for Silco now. It's now or never for Memfisto. Does he just jump face and just try? He doesn't have much HP left himself. No, he jumps defensively. Is that a mistake? I mean, how is he going to hold on against all this? And the Setsu's going to get removed, is she? Almost. Okay. Doesn't have a ton of spells, so he can't just cycle and stun lock for days. Jumping defensively, but I can't see how he can possibly hold on here. Especially the shield puff is going to start popping, and that's just going to make everything way more defensively powerful. Right, Silco takes the second game. Fairly straightforward Empyrean power. Setsu failings do enough damage early game. That jump on face, spell them down, win condition was not there at all. Right, what's up, Matrion? Okay. So, that is 2-0 for Silco. So he is very close to becoming a champion, but Memfisto still stands in his way. Right. Okay. Very close to Silco getting his first tournament victory. A lot of chat going on. Jules, love the positivity. Right. We're here. We're having a good time. Minion Masters is definitely not dead. It's not as big as we want it, anywhere near it. Maybe it will be, maybe it won't. But he's definitely not dead. And if I have anything to do with it, it will never die. Right. Can Silco close this out? Memfisto in the menu. Silco in the menu. Right, here we go. We're loading into what may be the last game of the day, but may not be if Memfisto has anything to say about it. Okay, Diona against Morelia. We haven't seen too much Morelia today. She has copped a couple of bans. Rimmergol deck from Silco. Playing something a little bit off meta. Let's see if he can make this work. Remember, his minions are going to spawn frozen if they're next to, or the closest two deck slots, card slots, sorry. Right, statue pushing at the top. So Silco wants to get the defrost done as quickly as possible. Only the two closest. Oh, Gambler's Ball gets a fireball and a heal, but it doesn't really achieve too much. Right. I think we need to drop the conversation, guys. It's just going to get out of control. Let's enjoy this final, shall we? Right, that healer's going to be a pain. The freeze as well. Right, this is an impatient statue, so spawned impatiently, it will have haste. But no support right now. Silco's got a good XP lead. Rimmergol is out. Rimmergol is going to get a nice spirit on it. Okay, he spins it round, which means the statue's going to get on face. Thanks for the follow. Okay, that Rimmergol is still very, very tanky. Silco feels like he's in a good spot right now. Like, what does Memfisto have to deal with that? That's Rimmergol with a heal. That statue's not going to help the situation at all. This is looking like Silco's going to take the tournament here. Really does feel like Memfisto doesn't have any answers. The healer dying is going to be nice. The assassin's going to come in. Okay, so the assassin gets a huge hit. The statue didn't spawn, so that's good. Okay, so he's stabilized a bit, but unfortunately he is Memfisto a long way back on XP. And of course he's going to have to contend with not only Rimmergol, but Nirvir, the second dragon, is going to be available as well at perk 3. The reverse sweep is on, but it's going to be a lot to ask for here. That statue's going to get fairly shut down. Double Gambler's Ball helping out. The freeze, though. Perk 3 for Silco. He's going to probably have both dragons up at the same time. Like, there's no Curse Bearer for Memfisto. This is just looking very, very dangerous. Very, very dodgy. Oh, he's going to lose that Imp as well. He couldn't afford to lose that Flame Imp, and he did. That was the DPS that he needed to kill that dragon. Here comes dragon number 2. I don't think we've seen any Milo today. She didn't cop any bans. I don't think anyone played her. I would have liked to have seen the jump there, because I think he could have jumped behind the dragon. Jumped out of it with the Azog. There's the Spirit again. He's just Memfisto working through one dragon, but the next one is coming. The Assassin is going to be great DPS, but it's going to get pulled out of stealth, and it's going to get murdered pretty quickly. Here comes the double hill. I don't really think that he can do enough damage to face to close this out. It's close. He does get knocked back. The statue will get frozen, though. The trap's on face as well. Memfisto really giving this a good go at the moment. Okay. Can he kill this Nirvir quickly enough? The next dragon's coming. Silco's got this in the bag. Even if he doesn't kill him, which is looking like he will do, he will win on Mana Frenzy. Silco's going to be the champion of today's events, guys. The dragon's just too much. No curse available. No DPS staying alive long enough. And there we go. Silco takes it by 3 games to 0. Double dragon. Wow. There we have it. Yeah! That's the 3-0. Both semi-finals are 3 games to 0. And the grand final was 3 games to 0. Guys, Silco is the champion. Wow. Double dragon, double delight. Silco takes the tournament victory. Very well played. I think that's his first tournament win. Memfisto was looking for 3 in a row, but just didn't have the answers to any of the questions that were being asked. We saw quite a few 3 games to 0 today, which is kind of interesting. Right. Let's see if we get a winner's interview. Right, let's keep everyone up to date on the back end. Matron. Anyone ever get that annoying bug where your Steam DMs just immediately close and you just can't read or send anything until you restart Steam? Haven't got it at the moment, but I've had it a lot. Really sucks. There was a very bad deck matchup, I think, at the end there for Memfisto. Really... He did well enough to hold on, but there was no way I mean, he can deal with the dragons, but eventually you get 2 dragons at once, and all the time you're just falling so far behind on XP that you're just dying. You're dead, you just don't know it. Unfortunately. But there it is. Okay, that's Silco, our champion of the day. Very well played to Silco, and of course very well played to everyone else. Memfisto, the runner-up. We saw Ficus and Sentera also get to the semi-finals, so very well played to those guys. We saw some really good matches today. As always, Ficus got a little bit unlucky the way his match... It was probably the match of the day up until that point against Memfisto with Korgoth. Okay. Right. Okay. Can Ice Dragon hit air, says Galahadin. No, it cannot. looks like we're going to be able to get Silco on. I didn't see what the betting was, but apparently everyone expected Memfisto to do so. Right. Let's see if we can arrange this. Okay, so we've got a few things to do. Yeah, I kept yelling to a minimum. So we can try and do a winner's interview. Silco can get on Discord. We've got the giveaways to finish, so make sure you're in the giveaway. If you're new to the stream, make sure you hit the follow button and type the commands. No PTR this weekend, maybe next weekend. Join the Minion Masters Discord, give yourself the tester role, check it out. And then, of course, we need to find someone to raid and drop an awkward wave. So that's what we need to do here. If we can get Silco on Discord, then we should be good. Okay. Right. Okay, let's give him the role so he can speak. Okay. You got what bug? Hello.
Triangle. What's up? Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, excuse me 1 second. I have to like plug in my earphones so my mic doesn't echo.
Thanks for being prepared.
Sorry, dude. I'm shaking against like Memfisto. That was so like scary. I think the only reason I was able to beat him is just because his luck was so horrible. Every time he was like Setsu, his shots would always kill the non-wolves. He just like, if there was a universe where he could fail every single luck skill check, he managed to somehow get that. I really felt his pain during that game.
I mean, sometimes that happens, and in these top matches, when there's little between the players, then these small things can really change the outcome. And wolves are one of those cards that if you activate them, you get the wolves. They're incredibly strong, and if you don't, the difference is night and day between, you know, the push you can do and the control you can have. But that's just part and parcel of playing that kind of strat, I guess. So yeah, anyway, congratulations. You are the champion. Is that the first Mini Masters event that you have won?
This and G Towns was the previous one I won. I won it against Cosmic Vortex. That was about like 2 years ago.
Okay, very nice. So it's been a while.
Yeah.
And I know you've done pretty well in the events recently. So this was kind of almost on the cards a little bit. You were showing that you were there or thereabouts, and today you were just kind of almost unbeatable. I think you did. Did you drop one game in the round of the first 5 rounds?
Gosh, I have to remember who beat me. I just went through people like a train. There was just so many at the fight. I was like, okay, next guy, next guy,
Yep.
next guy, next guy. And I'm like, oh god, how many more matches?
It does feel like we really crushed through this event pretty quickly. There were quite a few 3-0s. Both of the semi-finals were 3-0s, and the grand final, of course, was 3-0. So how do you feel? What was your strongest opponent today? What was the strongest deck that you felt that you played against?
I definitely have to say memes. I just say the big thing, the reason he lost is just because every time he matchmaked against me, it was just sort of like a bad pair. Like the Wolf one, for example, aside from his bad RNG, let's think about the actual setup here. His win condition is using Howling Moon. My win condition is casting Once Bitten. I'm Valorian, so all the damage he does is going to get healed away, and then he's going to activate my wolves.
Yeah, it was a kind of a feels bad situation for him. He can, in a lot of the occasions, he couldn't do anything except activate your wolves. And as I mentioned earlier, you know, the best way to counter those decks is to stop those wolves activating, and if you don't, it's a really difficult setup for you. So, I mean, that last game was really interesting. Rimagar, how are you feeling about Rimagar? I know you won a tournament with it, but I feel like you came up against a deck that Memfisto really didn't have any answers to those
So
big tanky dragons?
Well, I guess the big thing was because I was so far ahead, because I was like 2-0, I felt like just throwing in just a random wild card there where I just do something totally different. This is like a complete experimental deck. I had never used it before. It was all theory crafted. So the fact I managed to beat him, because he was so used to having to do trades with me on the bridges and stuff, he wasn't expecting his big minion, because I had never used a big minion in any of the previous matches, basically. I guess the biggest would be Shield Guard, but it's not like Mardred level strong, you know?
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you got to throw that in there to kind of take your opponent off guard a little bit. As you say, if you play a completely different strat to what they're sort of expecting, then they can really struggle against it. But yeah, those dragons with the spirit on were really, really powerful. And he was able to deal with them when they were coming one at a time. But then when you get your perk 3 and you've got the dragon train kind of almost, even though he can maybe deal with them, you just get so far ahead on XP at that point. That you're winning either by killing him or just getting to that mana frenzy first. So that was really nice to see a card that we don't see too often in tournament play. We did see you play Empyrean a lot. Is that something you like playing currently and you think's very strong?
Well, I think the main reason I just enjoy Imperium is because it's nice, like, splits constantly. I don't have to think too hard about it. I just put it in the middle and they do the rest for me. So it doesn't require a lot of brain power to use, but if people do use brain power, they'll figure out Whirly Scrat, Defenso Chopper, all those AoE units, you know.
Yeah, the melee heavy deck obviously is going to have these weaknesses, but Ardera is a real strength in there with her just constant DPS, and of course, when she dies, if things happen in the order you want them to, then of course you get that huge buff on all those Empyrean units.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think actually what would have countered the Imperium deck is if he pulled out a Stormbreaker on me, because like you point out, I'm very melee heavy. My only range units are quite literally crossbow dudes and Ardera. I don't have anything else.
Yeah, I mean, all decks we know have weaknesses, and sometimes you queue up and you come up against something that just perfectly exploits your weaknesses, and other times you don't. But that's just part and parcel of ladder play, part and parcel of tournament play as well. Every deck's going to have some weaknesses.
I will say I have to give props a bit to Memfisto here. He was a great sport, and I was in a voice call with him while I was fighting him, and we did have like a gentleman's agreement of like no cheese, no like Captain Ava or anything like that. So it's great to actually get to do a real fight without just running into the same like Captain Ava, Apep, Captain Ava, Rack, Captain Ava. Yeah, that's not fun for me, and not fun for him either.
A lot of people will, I think, agree that Shield Captain of Air is too strong, and that's why we see her copping a lot of bans in tournament play. What are your feelings about how you would like to see her balanced? If you agree that she's too strong, what do you think the appropriate change to her it would be?
So that would be pretty simple, honestly. So 2 things I would change. So first off, you have to invest lots of resources as the opponent to get rid of her. Because if you don't do anything by default, she's going to proc her quest, and unlike a Demon Warrior, you can complete her quest within the first minute of the game.
Yep.
So there needs to be a minimum, just two minimum. So because there's been games where she's gone all 4. I think that's just silly, where you get all 4 procs in a minute. Because the thing is, it's not because the person who's playing Captain Ava is trying to protect her. It's because everyone just ignores her, basically. They're just like, okay, I already got my value. I got my 1 quest from the proc. Now we're back to normal trading. Meanwhile, she's on face. You play like 1 Scrat, like Scratillery or something to kill like their units. All of a sudden, boom, another proc. And it's like, okay, well now it starts to snowball.
So she's kind of broken in 2 ways. Firstly, she's too easy to activate, and secondly, the activation is arguably too strong. So I think you have to approach it when we're talking about balance it. You have to approach from one of those sides, or maybe a bit from each side. Is the fact she gets 4 Legionnaires too strong? Would you like her to see less Legionnaires, maybe a couple of Legionnaires and some crossbow dudes instead?
Crossboot is probably too strong because then she would basically be unstoppable. Because if you were going against like a heavy air deck, they would just keep cycling out Captain Ava, and they would be like, yeah. At least when she's spamming Legionaries, although they are stronger in Crossboots, at least they have a weakness which is air. You know.
Yeah, that's
So,
very true.
the one thing I would change about her is quite simple. I would cut out one Legionnaire and remove it from the lane that she's not in. So you know how she goes in either left or right lane? Just cut one Legionary from one of those lanes. Because now, if there's 3 Legionaries, at least as the opponent, if they split Captain Ava, you can easily contest one Legionary. Because if there's 2 Legionaries, you can't beat 2 Legionaries with literally any 3 to 1 drop in the game. There's nothing that can beat 2 Legionaries.
What about
if you can...
Sorry, I was going to say, what about taking her quest up to 5 activations? Do you think that's...
that could be a great idea. That's a great idea. I like it.
Just to slow things down, because we always think about how she is compared to a Demon Warrior, and the Demon Warrior it puts real restriction on your deck building. You have to have a really cheap deck, and even then, it's going to take ages to get the big Demon Warrior out. But as you say, that's the Avea. You can get her activated within your first couple of cycles, and you're just getting that huge value from there on. So I think maybe a bit slowing her activation down and reducing the value she gets from it could bring her into a healthier state.
Yeah, so once Braum, I already noticed that you kind of just pointed out to me. Demon Warrior is 5 mana. It's a single unit that's you can easily, like, even if you get all 6 charges off, he's only 1 guy. You can easily overwhelm him.
Yeah.
Right? And then you have to play him 6 times. Captain Ava's 4 can proc multiple times, and then there are 4 that also comes with shields, aka spell immunity.
Yeah,
so you can't fireball her. She's way too self-sufficient. The fact she can just keep activating this in the midst of all the chaos where all the Legionaries are dying and you have like 3 Captain Avas on face and they all just keep shielding each other, it's like, oh.
Yeah, I think if we'd look at the wiki and we looked at the changes, she has received a lot of changes. She was very weak when she started. It was very difficult to get her activated. Like, if there was something that had a shield, it wouldn't count. Her activation range was very short, and then she's kind of gradually got these buffs on and on and on, and then got into a very strong state. Of course, they did recently remove her ability to shield air units, which didn't really slow her down too much. I don't think it... That was kind of I think that was sort of an incidental nerf with just other changes that were going on rather than something that was directly for her.
Yeah,
so,
that was mainly just to do with the mana chasers, I believe. They nerfed like every shielding card just to compensate for the mana chasers being very strong as they were.
Yeah. Be interesting to see if she's on the devs' radar for seeing any nerfs. I do wonder what
here's another idea.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, 2 things. First off, make the quest take longer to activate, or maybe when you spawn her, she doesn't immediately have her shield active. She has to sit on the board for a while. This makes her much more interactable, and then, because the big issue is opponents will just play her on the spot, so you have no opportunity to spell her down. If you make it so she spawns in with no shield active, now the opponent has to actually protect their Ava, and you have opportunity to counterplay and stun him or freeze him or whatever. There's actual counterplay, because dropping it down instantly and getting your shield down, there's no counterplay. That's not fun.
Yeah, because often what they do is they'll just drop it, get that instant activation on defense, and then by the time it's pushed forward, it's ready to go again, and you just get your two activations kind of without really trying each cycle. Yeah, I like that idea. It's kind of it's an interesting idea, but it's also kind of a bit weird because it's kind of different to how everything else in the game works. So, I mean, that doesn't necessarily...
comparing her to Demon Warrior, once again, that's what she's really being compared to, mainly.
But I'm just like thinking about like general like activation. Everything tends to spawn with its stuff activated.
Well, I guess she'd be like a reboomer in a sense, you know, because she has to wait a little.
She kind of has to hatch the shield.
Hatch the shield.
Yeah, we saw very little of her today in the matches that we watched, but primarily that was because she was just banned over and over again, and unsurprisingly. Okay, well.
That was for the next. Go on.
I'm not sure if I have any other questions for you. Oh, here's an interesting question. So, when you're not playing, so for example, when you're waiting for a match to happen or something, are you watching the stream to try to get some information on what your potential opponents might be playing, for example?
No, I'm going to be completely honest with you. Uh, I basically didn't do any research. I just kind of looked every now and then at the stream, and I mostly just chatted all day with Renzo and Memfisto. I was talking the entire time. They kept reminding me, as a matter of fact, to check in because I just kept forgetting because I was
My
just so busy
God.
talking. I
Right.
was like a child in the candy shop.
That's good. Well, I mean, like, it's good to hear like people that are fighting tooth and nail on the field, almost best friends off it. That's always a fun thing to see. And I really do love almost all of the Minion Masters community. It's a really good community.
Almost all.
Almost all. You know, we have a few bad eggs, but I think
Two bad
overall,
apples.
overall the community is great, and it's always good to see. I know you started streaming recently as well.
Yep.
How are you enjoying that?
Honestly, it's been a very fun experience. I mean, I just love talking to people and trying out new ideas and just getting their opinions on stuff because it's always nice to just get other people's perspective. Because part of the reason why I started getting better at these tournaments is because I became a bit more open-minded. Before I was kind of closed-minded and I was like, okay, there's no way this card can work. And all of a sudden someone starts telling me, no, this card can work. You can use it if you actually try it. And I'm like, okay, fine, I'll try it. And I try it. And I'm like, wow, they're actually right.
Yep. I mean,
So then it just boils down to play style and how you play the card. It's not the card's fault, it's my fault. That's the big thing I'm trying to say.
yeah, I think we all know that Mini Masters is really at the top level, really quite a high skilled game, and it's not just about playing something; it's about playing something correctly in the right place at the right time. And the difference between doing that and not doing that is a massive difference. So it's always interesting to see other people's input to see what they're playing, how they're playing it, and with so many different cards, it's always good to try things out. And you know, it's very difficult. I think this is kind of why the people in the PTR find it like really difficult to be 100% accurate about whether things going to be too strong or too weak. Is that it's really different. It's really difficult to read something on the paper and get a real fully fledged idea about how good or bad it's going to be. You really need to put it into practice, try things out. You know, how many people have we said? Oh, here's an interesting question for you. What do you think of Milloween from the change? You know, after the change, we heard so many people saying she was dead, but I think that was mostly people that hadn't tried
No,
her
no.
out.
I don't think
Um,
she's dead. The big problem I'm seeing with Milloween is okay, you'll notice this pattern. So if you look at the history of Milloween, every time she's gone some sort of rework or change, it's always gone back to cursive. And the reason being is because a cursive compensates for a lot of her bad parts. In this case, on Holy Ground, now immobilizes and pulls down units to compensate for the more tanky but can no longer shoot air unit,
yeah,
you know, thingy. And on top of that, it has a million spells at cursive. A million. Lots of really good defensive spells. You know, Corpse Explosion, Vines, Harmful Souls, Breath. It's got tons of stuff.
yeah. I think people just need to adapt to the changes rather than just write her off. And I think people will be quite surprised. I was very surprised to hear the devs talking about her win rate at the start of the season. It was very, very strong, surprisingly strong. And you know, this just illustrates how people can read something and assume it's dead, but you know, really not actually be anywhere near correct. So that's just one of the joys. It's difficult to get a fully fledged answer from just theory crafting. You know, it's fun to theory craft, but you got to try things out to see how they work out. That's a really fun thing, really fun part of Mini Masters. It's very complicated, Mini Masters. It's easy to get into, but it's very difficult to master.
Yeah, exactly. Some people, they just got it or they just don't, I feel, because a lot of the time you'll notice these really good players, they'll watch the game like a TV screen. They'll start burning mana because it's very fun to watch, but you have to remember you're also playing the game.
Yeah,
You know?
very
It's
true.
like, oh man, I'm watching my Whirly Scrat go ham on face, and then you're also like, wait a minute, that's my Whirly Scrat. I gotta play more stuff to help him.
That's right. You gotta always be available to input into the game. You got loads of stuff to do. But yeah, okay. So good to chat to you. I don't know if we've chatted properly before, but now we have.
I guess the best chat we had was just simply when you went over to Streamline. I sort of held you hostage and made you give me a deck until you left.
Oh, that was last night, wasn't it?
Yes.
We were trying out Morgul's Mark with
That
some.
was cracked. Morgul's Mark with Volko is so good because you use the rammer, you one-shot anything that you mark, and then you get a bunch of swarmers on face. It is
Yeah.
so fun.
I mean,
And that was all thanks to you, by the way. I would have never thought of that.
you're welcome.
See, that's why I said open-minded. That's why I'm saying. I'm getting there, open-minded.
You got to try these things out. And it's always fun. You're like, okay, if I'm putting taunt on an opponent's minion, what can I have to really abuse that? The rammer's really nice. You've got the bazooka scrap. Well, I think we started with the Zeppelins as well. So there's like loads of interesting things you can do.
And then you point out how I forgot to use them. And
On the bear with the taunt that it had anyway.
Here I was thinking, I was like, man, I think you got played, man. And then you're just like, no, dude, you got played yourself. You literally could have just killed the bear with Zeppelin. I
think that's important. Like, I think if you play this game in a vacuum on your own, you can only get to be so good unless you're just a savant. But as you say, opening your mind, discussing things with other players, trying all sorts of different things out. I think that can really help everyone take their play to the next level with regards to just how they're playing or just the versatility and trying different things. And it's always interesting when there are new mechanics added to the game like this, putting a taunt on your opponent's minion. Like, we haven't really seen anything like that before. So it's always interesting to try to think about how you can get best use out of that. And
I like new cards that just shake up the meta, you know? I don't like stuff being like too consistent because then it starts to create where this top deck is sort of like the one deck to rule them all. No one can beat it, you know? That's sort of what Captain Ava with APEP falls into. Because APEP gives you the random RNG tool where you could randomly get like a Chisma boomstick or something and just win the game. On top of just Captain Ava unlimited, you know?
Yeah, some very, very strong things on their own, and when you play them together. I wonder if we're going to see some kind of nerf to APEP going forward, maybe longer timers for the value that it's getting, because it's just so strong. Maybe not as strong this season, I don't know. I don't see people playing it as much. I think that's the thing. I don't know if it's necessarily much weaker, but definitely less people are playing it.
Yeah, unless people are playing it because that basic attack nerf was pretty big. I mean, I didn't think it was going to be that big. I was a little skeptical at first. I was kind of like, eh. A lot of the time when you hit late game, you don't even get to touch APEP's tower. He just keeps blocking with that 0 mana, 400 health totem, you know?
Yeah. But yeah, so...
Also, if you look at the top 1v1 leaderboard, speaking of APEP and Captain Ava...
Mm-hmm. Probably on there, is it? Is Cat on there with it?
I don't know. Some guy got some, like, console combo for a name.
What? Oh, right. Yeah. I can't remember what his name was. He's an old returning player. That's why he's in the old Puff Champ guild. But it's always difficult to know. Like, he obviously is a good player, but if he's playing like that insanely strong deck, like how much is he carrying the deck and how much is the deck carrying him?
Yeah, exactly. Because if someone just simply bans Captain Ava and stuff, like, how good is he actually when it comes to playing cards? Is he just good with those cards specifically, or is he generally, like, knowledgeable of the game, you know?
Yeah, like, if we look at the top of the leaderboard, we got APEP, Valorian, Morelia, Setsu, and Volko. So there's 5 different masters in the top 5, and I think last season that would have been 5 APEPs, I think.
Yeah, I counted. It was 24 out of 58 peps on average, which, if you do the math, there's 13 Masters and Minion Masters, and there's 50 spots in the top 50. In other words, if we were to divide that, it gets you 3.8. Rounded up means there should be roughly 4 of each Master in the top 50. That's their goal. Get 4 of each Master.
Yeah. I mean, that's always the balance thing, right? Try to keep everything around the same kind of strength. There's always going to be some that are a little bit stronger, some that are a little bit weaker.
Yeah,
maybe some that are more like suited for 1v1 or suited for 2v2. But if you have, as you say, like 50% APEPs, then something's not quite right. And I think you get the problem there is when you get like the top 5 decks are APEP, it kind of spirals because then everyone who looks at the leaderboard goes, oh, I guess I have to play APEP, and then it just gets out of control.
Oh, yeah, I didn't really think about that. It's sort of like a domino effect where everyone just convinces themselves that this deck is unbeatable, so they end up joining it, and then it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah, it's the same. Like, if you look at the top deck, you'll see what is the strongest quote unquote deck at the moment, and then that's what a lot of new players will just look at, right? Do I have the cards for that? That's the top deck. That must be the best deck. And then this it just kind of feeds into itself. So it's always interesting. But yeah, good to see. I'm going to do a meta review in a week or so where we'll have a peek at the leaderboards and see how it is looking. Last season, as you know, all the game modes were dominated by APEP. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of APEP, but I mean, if we look at it right now, like there's one APEP we're talking to solos. There's one APEP in the top 15.
Well, we'll count the total number of APEPs. So remember, previously it was 24. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, yeah, he's pretty balanced then. If there's 5 APEPs in the top 50, that means he's actually up there. He's pretty balanced.
That's interesting because we only got a little bit of a slap on the wrist with his auto attack. Is that enough to take him from everyone's playing him to only a balanced amount of people playing him? Well, I don't know.
Yeah, speaking of that auto attack, I actually didn't really mention why I think it was a big nerf. The reason being is because with Voidborn decks, they're trying to trigger their Void Wound. So the big thing about APEP is you want to kind of aggro him down. And you couldn't really aggro him because he would perfectly kill Blood Imps, Bats, and Swarmers. Meaning there was no way to trigger a Void Wound, because I tried smorking him, Radix style, as I call it, because Radix likes to smork people. So I tried doing that, and it didn't really work out, because I'm really bad at it, and I just couldn't trigger Void Wound.
Yeah, that's very interesting you mentioned that, because the difference, that can really give you some huge value with that Voidborn Wound, but yeah, if you just can't get anywhere near the tower. Because I always feel like APEP just feels so difficult to punish, it's even with the future decks, and that's interesting. Like, we're not seeing many future decks, if at all, now after they changed.
Oh yeah, that they raised it to 10. I think that was a little too drastic. I would not have raised it. I would have done 9, not 10. I'm like,
maybe.
Do you make it 10? If you do 10, that means a person can't do anything once they use that future present. That's a little devastating.
Yeah, but it always felt really bad when you just sit there against the APEP and they use all their futures and you still feel like you can't punish them. They've just got a defenso, or they've got their totem, and you just know that you've lost the game.
Overall, I'm happy about the change, but from a balancing perspective, I think it was a little extreme. You maybe should have just started at 9, not jump to 10.
Maybe
you completely wipe the card off the face of the earth. It's no longer being played anywhere.
It's difficult to know if people stopped playing it because they felt like they tried it and it didn't work out, or they just read the change and just went, screw that, that's dead.
Well, you have to have so much momentum to use it. Like, you have to be ahead, because if you're behind, then you're just doing 10 mana, do nothing. And if you open up into something that's not 0 mana, essentially, you're gonna have to sit there even longer. Imagine if you unbox the Brothers of Light. You know what a feels bad that would be?
Yeah, if you pull a heavy card out of it, yikes. Good luck getting any sort of value in the late game. Or even getting to the late game. But, I mean, if you're playing a deck like that relies on RNG, you've got to be more likely than you were before to get punished by the RNG, or because before it felt like there were very few opportunities for you to get bad RNG. Like, whatever you got as a discounted card, you could probably, if you were a good player, and that's where the good players really made the deck work, is you can get enough value out of it. But
yeah, just getting free cards already is just so strong. Even if it's a bad card, let's say you Giga low roll and you get a skeleton crew. Free is free. That's still bridge control. You can still block a cleaver with it. You can still distract dragons with it. I mean, just having something to toss away is just so good. Because, once you open up that present, you're going to take a bit of face damage most likely. You lose maybe half your HP, and then you're both even again. And then you're just always going to throw that one free card into the mix to just put you slightly ahead.
Yeah.
Now, I will point out something.
Yep.
Morella. So Morella, I think, is a bit of an issue at the moment. She's really flexible, and if you look at the leaderboards, she's a little above the average. Pretty above the average. You're seeing a lot of Morellas, especially if you look in team battles.
Yeah, for sure.
She's the APEP of team battles.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that has to do with Morella's discounts or just Accursed in general. Because Accursed, 7 mana, clear a lane, Navir's Breath. 5 mana Harmful Souls, it kills most minions, and even if you miss the spell, you still gain 1 progress towards Ascension for every soul that you didn't use, which I think is kind of silly. You're already contributing to this Ascension just by casting a spell, and you're telling me even if they miss, there's still no punish?
Yeah.
Like, that's a
I mean,
little silly to me.
sometimes people just literally cast it in their own pocket just to get
Yeah,
their
I've
Ascension
seen
progress.
that, exactly.
Yeah, I've noticed a curse just feels so strong when you Ascension, Breath, Harmful Souls, Unholy Ground. Now it's kind of disgusting to play against, and I think people do. I think people are in the mindset that if you play in a curse deck, you have to play Morelia, which is definitely not the case. But I think people like to do that. She does have that little kind of synergy with her perk 3. She is very flexible, yeah. But I think you can play that kind of a deck with different masters and still get all the benefits that you're getting anyway, plus whatever
if
master
she gets
benefits.
nerfed, she's just going to get replaced with Millween. That's basically what you can do, because the new way that Millween has been set up is so good. You bank your sparks, so then you're able to just instantly drop down to like a level 10 golem right off the bat. So you just play super defensive, you're even, then all of a sudden you pay 2 mana and you drop down this big, thick boss for 2 mana. It just one-shots everything.
Yeah. It is very powerful.
And people don't underestimate that. They just think, oh, I'm playing I'm playing Millween, and I'm not getting value. So it's like, yeah, because you have to do a bit of spells. Defend. She's really good at counter pushing, not so much on the offensive, because if you try to use her offensively, the range is shorter, and you're just banking more sparks. You're not making the golem grow like you did before, because before you can make it grow on their side of the board, now it's at a set level, you know?
Oh, Set's getting jealous that we're spending too much time together.
Oh, I have a shirt to see.
Sorry,
Set.
I'm
sorry, Set. I'm sorry, Set. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I was
anyway.
just having too much fun. Like I was saying, I talk too much. Okay.
No problem. Anyway, it's great to talk to you, and very well played in the tournament state, and congratulations on being the victor. And I guess we'll see you in the next one to see if you can make it 2 in a row, or if somebody can dethrone you. But yeah, very well played, and I look forward to speaking to you soon.
Yeah! Thank you very much for having me. I'll see you soon.
No problem. Take care, my friend.
You too.
Okay, that was nice to talk to him. Went on a little bit, but, you know, sometimes recently we have rambled on a little bit with the balanced discussions and stuff. Hopefully you guys enjoy that. Obviously, Set doesn't. Sorry, Set. I do love you, though. Right, we got a few things to do. I can probably do the giveaways and stuff after the stream. If you redeem dwarf packs or whatever, don't worry. I'll definitely handle that. So I think all we need to do now is go and find someone to raid and do an awkward wave on the way out. But thanks for everyone that came by today. Thanks for the subs and all that good stuff. But thanks for your time mostly. And hopefully you guys enjoyed it. If you stuck around for the little chat at the end, hopefully that was a fun time. Always interesting. Good to talk to Silco, and always good to get somebody's opinion. And as he says, he's really enjoying being able to talk to others, theory craft, try things out, and so I think that's a good thing that we can all take on board. And as I mentioned, he does stream, so make sure you go and follow him. He's new to streaming, and of course, Memfisto was beaten by him in the grand final, but not to be forgotten, Memfisto is a streamer too. Make sure you give him some follow, and you can really learn a lot from chatting with these top players and seeing how they play, and seeing what goes on in their tournament preparation, if any. Right, not many people playing minions at the moment. Who shall we raid today? Yes, good play to everyone. Yes, I think it's important to play all sorts of different things because they might not work out, but you understand how that deck works. And even if you don't play it, you understand how to play against it. So all sorts of different things. And I think some players really get into the groove of just playing the same thing over and over again. So they're very good with one particular setup, but like their overall game knowledge just really struggles because of it. So if you're looking to take your play to the next level, I would definitely advise checking out all sorts of different things, trying different things, learning. You know, and new players have got a lot on their plate to learn, but it's really important to learn as much with regards to the different masters and the different cards, because not only do you learn how to play them, you know how to play against them. You don't get taken by surprise when Ratbo suddenly destroys your big minion at perk 2 because you were expecting it, because you did your homework. And if you haven't checked out my YouTube, make sure you do. We've got lots of videos on there giving you those sort of advice things. And tomorrow we'll put the video from this event up. So if you missed any of it or you want to revisit any of it, it's there for you. We're getting super close to 2,000 subs as well. So thanks for everyone that's coming along on that journey. Right, I'm going to set a raid up. Here's your raid business. I should have... that's not right. Sub-raid. Okay, we need to awkward wave now for like 3 minutes. And I think I might go and eat something. Sorry for choking half to death on that crumbly biscuit. Looks like... We're going to raid someone that's playing minions. I don't know what their minions experience is. Looks like they're a pretty new streamer. So let's go and give some fish love. I know I didn't have a caster with me today, so sorry that we didn't get that sorted out. But unfortunately, availability just didn't work out in our favour. But so be it. Hopefully I did an okay job for you. No, let's not fuck some camels. That's a lot of mana chasers. Just watching this guy stream, just spawned 3 lots of mana chasers all at once. Good times. Okay, I just need to keep waving until the wave gets to the stream. And then we should be able to get out of here. Yes, you missed everything, James. Good job. Good job. Once bitten, twice. Thanks for everyone that took part in the tournament. We had some great matches. Always good to see the players that we recognise, but always good to see new players in there as well. So welcome to all the new players that joined. Hopefully you had a good time. Hopefully you learned some stuff. And hopefully we'll see you in the next one, where maybe you can do even better than you did this time. It's always open to people of any ability. We try to make it as easy for people to get into, but also as competitive at the end as we can. Okay. My arm's aching already. My tummy is hungry. Hope you guys have a great weekend, whatever you're up to. Stay safe. Stay awesome. Stay minion-y. Don't know what that means. There's a giveaway still open, so if you're not in it, make sure you enter it. I'll do that after the stream. You'll get a Twitch DM if you're a lucky winner. And if you don't get one, you didn't get lucky. You're welcome, Renzo! Thanks for being part of it. Ugh. Arm is aching. Send help. If you're new here, make sure you hit the follow button. Come back and see us next time for some more fun and games. Okay, there we go. The awkward wave is on. I'm bad as a fish, and this is an awkward wave. Goodbye! $69 viewers, Kappa.